beneath the crushing blackness of the ocean's deepest folds, beyond where sunlight dares to reach, lie artifacts not made by time or tide. These are the objects that rise uninvited from trenches, older than memory, impossible structures, grotesque remnants, and echoes of something that should not have been preserved. What science can't classify, it quietly shelves. What it can't disprove, it forgets. But the sea remembers. Every strange relic lifted by trawler nets, or revealed by failing submersibles, tells a story no textbook can explain. Stories without blueprints, cultures without names, and materials that defy the known periodic table. This isn't a tale of sunken cities or ancient ships. This is a slow descent into the unexplainable. And now, as we slip beneath the waves together, one question lingers in the pressure and dark. Where are you listening from, and what time has the sea found you there? Now we continue, deeper. In the year 1603, a Basque whaling vessel, operating near the southern Icelandic ridge, returned to port, dragging more than harpooned meat. As the crew processed their catch, they discovered embedded in the blubber a series of small polished discs, cold, metallic, and impossibly thin. When stacked, the objects emitted a faint ringing hum, even without contact. At first believed to be coins, closer examination revealed no inscriptions, no minting marks, just a soft, mirror-like surface and 6 symmetrical holes bored clean through each. One disc, when touched to fire, vibrated violently and cracked in half, revealing no metal grain, but a core that smoked with seawater. The ship's surgeon, a man trained in natural philosophy, noted they were not forged but grown, as if bled into shape. Local priests condemned the items and had them buried in consecrated earth. But 3 nights later, every ship in the harbour swung violently against the tide, despite no wind, and one sailor, who had secretly kept a disc in his coat, was found drowned in his bed, mouth filled with salt, lungs dry. His disc was missing. From that year on, maps of that trench carried a handwritten phrase, "Let what sleeps spin beneath us." In 1628, a Dutch East India Company vessel, en route to Batavia, was slowed by unnaturally calm waters near the 90 East Ridge. At dawn, nets were lowered for deep krill harvesting and returned tangled in something strange, a loop of woven filament, finer than hair, but stronger than steel. The loop formed a perfect helix, impossible to replicate with known ropework, and bore no knots or frays. It had no weight. When held up to the sunlight, it cast no shadow. Crewmen described it as a circle made by silence. The helix, once unspooled, revealed an interior cord that twisted and retracted like it was alive. The ship's carpenter sealed it in a box, terrified. Within days, crew began hearing sounds, wood creaking where it shouldn't, whispers that mimicked orders never given. The ship's log stopped mid-sentence, ink streaked by water, though the journal itself was dry. Only one page remained legible, bearing a single line. "It is not a net, it is a question with no answer." In 1654, an English exploratory cutter, off the coast of Newfoundland, encountered a floating mass, unlike any known sea creature. Pale, domed, and covered in nodules, it appeared dead, but when harpoons struck it, the mass resonated like struck bronze. A portion of it was hauled aboard, resembling soft stone laced with vein-like tubes. It stank of iron and ozone. As it dried in the sun, the mass hardened and split, revealing a cavity filled with perfect spheres, no larger than coins, each with a symbol etched so finely it could not be read without glass. The surgeon called it a nursery of thought. By nightfall, those who touched the spheres experienced violent fever dreams, inverted oceans, impossible cities, creatures built of latticework. When the ship reached port, the spheres were gone, save for one, which cracked open on its own. Inside was a spiral of bone, smaller than a baby's finger, curled into itself. The surgeon wrote, it was thinking. In 1682, a French brigantine dredging near the Azores, caught something solid in its anchor. What was hauled up was not rock, nor coral, but a slab, flat, smooth, and blacker than ink, shaped like a rectangle with sides so straight they seemed machined. When struck, it emitted a note so low it made teeth ache. Beneath torchlight, the surface shimmered like liquid held still. No tool could scratch it. A priest aboard declared it a heretic's relic. Sailors swore they saw reflections of themselves in it, but older, or dead. One man threw himself overboard, after claiming he saw his own corpse, blinking. That night, the slab slid across the deck, without force, tipping 2 barrels without leaving scrape marks. In the morning, it was gone, and so was the cabin boy. Only his boots remained, standing upright. In the ship's log, the final entry for that day read, "The sea gave us a mirror that showed no future." By 1711, Portuguese sailors feared the region near the St. Paul fracture zone, calling it Mar de Enganos, the Sea of Deceptions. That year, a merchant carrack returning from Bahia reported dragging something for nearly 4 hours. When finally brought aboard, it was a tangled mass of golden thread, glimmering, unbreakable, and dry despite its depth. The threads twisted into an oval form, hollow at the center, with strange resistive force when approached. Anything placed near it, rope, metal, skin, was gently pushed away, as though the air around it breathed. The ship's chaplain refused to sleep near it. Eventually, the captain ordered it tossed overboard. But even after its disappearance, crew reported nightmares of descending lightless wells and being wrapped in something soft that hummed. The captain scratched words into the mast before their next landfall. "We did not pull it up, it let us." That ship ran aground 6 weeks later. The golden threads were never seen again. But in 1933, a deep-sea expedition in the same region reported sonar echoes forming a perfect oval. In 1745, a Danish fishing trawler caught what they believed was an oarfish near the Faroe Islands. But once on deck, they found the creature had no eyes, no gills, and no mouth. Its skin bore thousands of tiny metallic ridges, shaped like letters, each different, none repeating. The ship's physician called it a moving scripture. When it died, it split along its spine, revealing a glowing core that pulsed for 3 days, even after decomposition began. The glow formed shifting shadows against the hull, shadows with more limbs than biology allows. The writing began to flake, turning to ash if touched. Several sailors attempted to copy the symbols. All suffered from uncontrollable tremors within a week. The logbook described a hymn of clicking teeth, heard during the final night. Before docking, the ship was found abandoned, adrift. Only a single sentence was carved into the helm in rusted nails. It wrote itself upon us. In 1783, a Royal Navy cutter struck what was believed to be submerged rock off the coast of Tristan da Cunha. Divers sent into the shallows discovered something stranger, a collection of vertical pillars, 6 in total, rising from the ocean floor in a circle, each exactly 10 feet high and spaced equally. Made of glassy, green-black stone, they emitted no light but grew warmer, the longer they were observed. As the divers surfaced, they claimed the columns had faces, but not human ones. Each diver sketched differently, but all drew elongated mouths, twisted open as if screaming. The ship's chaplain demanded the area be sanctified, but storms battered the site for 6 weeks, preventing return. The last note in the chaplain's journal before he disappeared overboard read, "These are not markers of death, these are mouths that drink the sea's memory." His boots were found beside the ship's altar. The pillars were never charted again. In 1802, a Norwegian deep-line vessel, operating near Jan Mayen, recovered something wedged in a volcanic shelf, a cube no larger than a man's head, perfectly geometric, composed of a dull silver alloy, with no corrosion. It hummed faintly, a sound heard not with the ears, but in the stomach. The cube had no seam, no opening, no markings, yet it vibrated in precise intervals. Every 12 minutes, a low-frequency pulse travelled through the hull. Watches stopped. Ink bled off pages. Compass needles jittered without wind. After 4 days, the humming grew louder, and the cube grew warm. Then, it vanished. No splash, no theft, just gone, leaving behind a scorched imprint on the captain's desk. For years, sailors referred to it only as the box that waits. In 1921, during a sonar mapping of the same region, researchers found a hollow crater lined with scorched rock, and in the center, faint rhythmic pulses, 12 minutes apart. In 1819, a Russian exploration ship, mapping the Kuril, Kamchatka Trench, hauled up a cluster of blackened bones, each fused at the joints into a spiral shape. They were not arranged like a skeleton, but as if woven by pressure into a symbol. The ship's surgeon noted that no mammal could survive with bones like these. The joints were backward, the femurs sharpened at both ends, and the ribs formed a ring rather than a cage. Worse, when struck with a knife handle, each bone gave off a different pitch, 12 in total, like a sick parody of a musical scale. The officers ordered them dumped, but they resurfaced the next morning, tangled in fresh nets. The ship's dog refused to go near them. Within days, 4 crew members reported hearing the bones singing through the walls of their quarters. They were thrown overboard a second time, weighted this time. But every time the ship entered that same trench, the barometer would shatter at the exact same hour of night. The surgeon later wrote in his journal, "They don't want to be found, but they cannot stay buried." In 1833, a British merchant ship off the coast of Madagascar caught something in its dredging nets that defied all classification. It looked like an anchor, but not one built by any shipwright. Forged from seamless brass, it bore 13 prongs, not flukes, and its shaft twisted in on itself like a Mobius strip. It bore no wear, no barnacles, and was heavier than iron, yet floated briefly when first dropped on deck. The ship's master attempted to catalogue it, but gave up after, realizing that every time he traced the prongs, their number changed. First 13, then 10, then 17. A crewman, who stared at it too long, was found murmuring an unfamiliar word over and over, Akramar. No one knew what it meant. They lashed the object to a cannon and dropped it overboard, but their logbook, months later, was found in a bottle that washed ashore on the Cornish coast. Its final page read only, "The sea keeps its keys." In 1856, during the laying of underwater telegraph cables in the Caribbean, workers reported the signal cutting out near an uncharted depression. A diver descended to inspect the cable and returned pale, silent, eyes bloodshot. He died within hours, lungs intact, but brain hemorrhaged. What was brought up with the snapped line was an orb, translucent, veined, and wet, as if it had never dried in its existence. Inside floated something like an eye, though it had no pupil. When exposed to light, it rotated. When placed in shadow, it pulsed. Scientists later argued it was a type of jellyfish, but one biologist's notes, now lost, claimed the fluid surrounding the eye was not saline, but chemically similar to human spinal fluid. The orb was placed in a jar. It shattered during a storm, though no lightning struck. Days later, the same jar, unbroken, was found on the captain's windowsill. The contents were gone. Only a ring of salt remained. Scribbled in the ship's manifest margins were 4 final words: "It saw through us." In 1869, a Confederate blockade runner, converted post-war into a research vessel, reported a deep trench find south of the Cayman Trough. Lodged between 2 rock shelves, they recovered a rectangular box made of petrified coral and sealed shut with an uncut chain of some unidentifiable stone. Inside was a single sheet of copper, etched with raised ridges and curves, clearly musical notation, though for no instrument known. When tapped, the plate vibrated at a frequency that induced nausea, then hallucination. Crew described hearing distant choral harmonies from beneath the waves, and began vomiting salt water. The captain ordered the box sealed again, but during the return journey, 6 men walked calmly into the sea, one after another. The ship was later found adrift near Jamaica. Inside the logbook, someone had written on every page, "We only played the first note." The coral box was never recovered. In 1877, Off the coast of Norway's Lofoten Basin, a fishing vessel snagged what appeared to be a tangled bundle of kelp, but closer inspection revealed it was braided strands of hair, black, thick, and longer than a man is tall. Interwoven through the mass were tiny shards of what looked like glass teeth. The strands moved faintly, even after hours on deck, as if responding to air. One fisherman claimed to hear it breathing. When they attempted to burn it, the fire froze, the flame turning blue, refusing to spread. Days later, the ship's youngest deckhand was found missing, and in his bunk lay a single braid of that same hair, now braided into a noose. The captain reportedly threw the mass overboard, wrapped in anchor chain. That same night, the ship's bell rang 13 times without being touched. Boom touch, the log's final entry. It was never seaweed, it was waiting to be combed. In 1884, a French research schooner, investigating a warm current anomaly in the Scotia Sea, pulled aboard what looked like an empty diving suit, stitched from fish skin and shark cartilage, shaped like a man, but lacking joints or fastenings. No seams, no fasteners. Just a hollow shape where a body should be. The chest was reinforced with shell, and the hands ended not in fingers, but in loops. Inside, the cavity smelled of brine and copper. The crew left it on deck, unsure of what it meant. That night, the ship shifted violently, as if weight had moved across the deck. In the morning, the suit was found standing upright near the bow, dripping despite no rain. Sailors refused to touch it again. One man who did fell ill, claiming he could still feel the inside. Eventually, the crew lashed it to a barrel and set it adrift. As it floated away, the captain reported seeing a second one rise just beneath the surface, following it. The captain's notes were blunt. They weren't made to wear, they're made to remember. In 1899, during a deep trawl near the Java Trench, an expedition retrieved a statue, small, barely 10 inches tall, carved from a pale, porous stone resembling bone. The figure was faceless, its limbs long and curled, with spirals etched into every surface. The longer it stayed aboard, the more unsettling it became. Sailors began reporting whispers in languages they never knew. One man painted the same spiral over and over across his bunk, muttering about the unfinished descent. When the ship docked, the statue was handed over to a museum in Batavia. Within 3 weeks, the curator died by suicide, leaving a note with one phrase: "It belongs where light cannot go." The statue vanished during the chaos of World War II, but years later, a similar object, uncatalogued and unsigned, appeared in an estate sale in Belgium. The buyer died of drowning in a locked room. The final hours of 1899 dragged slowly across the North Atlantic, where the steamship Alessia Loon sailed south of the mid-Atlantic ridge. Just past midnight, the engine room was flooded with a strange resonance, so low it was felt in the stomach before it could be heard by ear. The ship's brass pipes vibrated violently, though no pressure had changed. Crewmen described the sensation as standing inside a bell that never stopped ringing. What made it worse was that the sound wasn't steady. It rose and fell in careful, deliberate intervals, like breathing. Not mechanical, alive. The sound vanished within the hour. But when the ship reached port in Lisbon, half the crew was deaf in one ear. Others suffered intense migraines. The ship's medic kept a journal. On the final page he'd drawn rows of lungs, all stitched shut. In the margins, it spoke through pressure. It asked if we were hollow too. Early in 1900, a trawler named Barrow's Gull operated near the Celtic Shelf when its nets returned torn, not by teeth or rocks, but by precise circular punctures. Clinging to the mesh were strips of black, papery skin and an odd metallic shard embedded within. When brought aboard, it produced a piercing whine that couldn't be localized. No echo, no direction. The shard, roughly the size of a hand, was cool to the touch, but vibrated softly when held. The ship's radio, though rudimentary, began picking up strange interference. Not static, not voices, patterns. Pulses in 3-second bursts, repeating over and over until the device shorted out. The sound was traced back to the shard. It was dropped overboard, but the pulse continued for 2 days afterward, moving farther away with each hour, as if receding. A note from the radio operator, written on the back of a chart, read, "It wasn't transmitting, it was answering." Autumn, 1900. A fog bank lingered longer than expected, off the Bay of Biscay. The vessel Jean Moreau, caught in the stillness, began hearing knocks from below the waterline. 3, then 2, then 7. Every hour, the sequence changed. It was dismissed as the shifting hull, until one sailor recognized the rhythm as Morse code. They tried to decode it, but the characters didn't match. Instead, the spacing formed patterns used in maritime flag signals. One message repeated over and over: "Ask permission." As the ship drifted, the knocks continued, sometimes beneath the bow, sometimes the stern. When the fog finally lifted, the sea beneath them was calm and impossibly still. The crew dropped anchor and heard the final set of knocks. Silence followed. The next night, the first mate threw himself into the ocean, eyes wide, smiling. No splash was heard. 3 months later, in January 1901, Norwegian fishermen near the Lofoten Trench reported hearing what they called church bells beneath the boat. Not distant, not dull, clear, warm, and rising in harmonies, familiar melodies in a place where no sound should carry. One man collapsed, claiming to hear his mother's voice singing along. Another wept and begged to leave, calling it a funeral he didn't remember attending. That evening, ice began forming on the deck. Despite no drop in temperature, the bells returned each night, always closer, until the boat returned to harbour. The youngest crewman never disembarked. He was found curled in a storage locker days later, his hands over his ears, whispering a lullaby no one recognized. It was later discovered that he had never known his mother. The phrase repeated in the captain's log read, "It played the song backward, and we remembered forward." In 1901, while conducting depth soundings in the Sulu Sea, a Philippine coastal survey team recorded a strange acoustic anomaly, a tone that didn't match depth or material return. The tone lasted exactly 88 seconds. A second attempt yielded 44 seconds. A third 22. And each time, the frequency shifted upward, as if something were responding faster. They repeated the test again. No sound returned, but then, 30 minutes later, they received one final tone, 1 second long, sharp as a knife. One sailor began screaming, and could not stop until sedated. He later confessed he'd heard a word in that final ping. Not in Tagalog, not in English, something deeper. The commanding officer sealed the records, but one assistant copied a sketch of the sonar trace, a downward spiral ending in a point. Beneath it, he wrote, "We weren't measuring depth, we were being measured." That same year, a small freighter crossing the Arabian Sea drifted into an area devoid of fish, birds, or movement. Over the next 6 hours, the crew became aware of a humming beneath their feet, barely perceptible but undeniably present. It made nails twitch, teeth buzz. The sound grew gradually, causing nausea and hallucinations. One sailor saw words stitched in light across the ocean floor. Another passed out after hearing his dead father's voice calling from below. The sound ceased after sunset. Nothing followed. But when the ship arrived in Mumbai, the steel bolts holding the hull's inner plates were found to be vibrating. 2 were missing entirely, melted. Engineers examined the vibration pattern and found a perfect octave of notes, ascending. The crew was questioned. No one answered. Every sailor, independently, had recorded hearing the phrase, "Wake it gently." In March of 1902, a Scottish deep-sea expedition, operating west of the Rockall Plateau, logged a low, pulsing tone during routine bathymetric mapping. At first, the researchers believed it to be an internal issue, a loose component, or acoustic feedback from their instruments. But the pulse was too precise, rising and falling at exact 30-second intervals, strong enough to be felt through the deck plating. The sound didn't echo off the seafloor. Instead, it seemed to travel horizontally, around the ship, then beneath it, then behind it. At 1:42 a.m., one of the deck officers reported hearing his own name being whispered inside the vibration. When others joined him below deck to listen, they heard something different. Each person swore they were hearing different words, some in English, others in languages they didn't recognize. One sailor collapsed and began convulsing, spitting up seawater, despite never having left the ship. The sound ended without warning after sunrise. They played back the recording, and this time no one heard anything at all, just a flat line. But the crew refused to remain in that area. The log entry for that day includes a crude drawing, 3 concentric circles, spiraling inward to a point. Beneath it, "This is not a sound, it is a path." 2 months later, in May of 1902, a Danish merchant vessel, en route to Greenland, found itself becalmed in a pocket of dead silence. No wind, no waves, not even the groaning of timber. The sea around them grew unnaturally still. Then came a strange sensation, something the crew couldn't hear but could feel. The boatswain described it as music for the bones. Others likened it to being watched from beneath the water by something massive, unblinking. Soon after, a melody began to rise, not from any instrument, but from the ocean itself. Thin and mournful, it drifted up in a series of 6-note phrases, repeating every minute. The ship's parrot began screeching until its voice gave out. The melody persisted for 3 hours, growing fainter each time until it vanished entirely. Several crew members fell ill with fevers and developed bleeding from the ears. When the incident was reported to Copenhagen, the Admiralty marked the event as undetermined wave interference, but one quartermaster documented the melody's exact notation and sent it to a relative who worked in music theory. A reply came weeks later. The notes matched the old Nordic hymn for funerals at sea, except this version ended on an unresolved chord, a message left incomplete. It wasn't a song, the quartermaster wrote. It was a rehearsal. June of 1902, and off the coast of Kamchatka, a Russian hydroacoustic survey team began picking up a strange clicking pattern, identical intervals, spaced exactly 4 seconds apart, and extending for over 36 hours. They assumed it was an undiscovered species of deep-water crustacean until the pattern changed. The clicks began to mimic the rhythms of crew movement, footsteps, the cadence of speech, even the timing of laughter on deck. It wasn't immediate, but after hours of passive listening, the pattern grew more complex, more human. Eventually, the clicks stopped altogether. Then that night, they resumed again, but this time, they came from within the hull, not under it, not around it, inside. The ship's carpenters dismantled entire floor panels looking for the source. Nothing was found. The sound stopped just before sunrise, but 2 days later, a crew member was found unconscious in the galley, blood pouring from his ears, scrawling a single word on the floor with his finger: mirror. He never woke up. Naval Command dismissed the death as a seizure, but a private letter from the ship's commander stated otherwise. It learned how to copy us. Then it started doing it better. Later that summer, July 1902, the SS Grunwald passed over an uncharted trench between the Faroe Islands and Iceland. For 48 hours, their pressure gauges malfunctioned repeatedly, reporting impossible spikes and drops. Then came a deep, groaning sound, subtle at first, but quickly growing into a mechanical grinding that reverberated through every pipe, gear, and beam. It sounded like a massive mechanism winding down, echoing from somewhere beneath the ship. The captain feared a hull fracture and brought the engines to a stop. But even in the dead stillness, the groaning continued, now rhythmic, timed, and impossibly deep. Several crewmen described the sensation of being watched by teeth. Divers refused to go down. A ballast inspector lowered a weighted lead line and felt it tugged violently, then released. The weight came back bent into a perfect crescent. The next morning, all sound vanished from the sea, not even the slap of waves. The mechanical noise had not stopped. It had simply sunk below perception. Before departing the trench, the ship's engineer recorded the pitch into a tuning fork. When struck days later, it played the same sound again, but the ship was already hundreds of miles from where it had heard it. It didn't stop, the engineer said. It followed us. By September 1902, a Chilean naval vessel, conducting subaqueous depth experiments in the southeastern Pacific, discovered a frequency anomaly in a deep crescent-shaped trench. For reasons they could not explain, the tone was constant and immune to environmental interference. Rain, wave motion, and depth had no effect on its clarity. The tone was high-pitched, similar to a flute, but layered beneath it was something else, a low, distant hum, like something trying not to be heard. They continued monitoring for 3 days, each time growing more certain the sound was not natural. Then, on the 4th day, they captured what sounded like an echo, except it hadn't been sent yet. The echo came first, followed by the original tone, a temporal inversion of signal. They shut down their instruments in panic. A sonar technician refused to speak afterward. All he did was carve a spiral into the ship's bathroom mirror, using a broken compass needle. The logbook was redacted, but the final entry before blackout reads, "We did not detect it. It detected us, before we even spoke." In October 1902, a merchant ship traveling near the Andaman Sea entered a stretch of calm water. Just before nightfall, the temperature dropped suddenly, and the air became thick, oppressive, dead. At 2:11 a.m., the crew was awoken by knocking, not from above, but beneath the floorboards. They assumed it was a rat, a trapped pipe, or drifting debris. But the knocks began to form patterns, not random thumping, structured, deliberate rhythms. The second officer, a former telegraph operator, attempted to transcribe them. What he recorded appeared to match Morse code, but it repeated the same 2 letters, V and I, again and again. He, V. When they knocked back, the response was immediate, different now. The pattern had changed, asking a question, but they couldn't understand it. The knocks became frantic, then stopped. At sunrise, the hull bore no marks, no barnacles, just 2 letters carved at the waterline, 10 feet above the sea. The ship's log for that morning was unsigned, and the second officer, he jumped overboard the following night, smiling as he fell. A British survey crew off the Somali coast in November of 1902 encountered what they believed to be a shallow pressure front. Instead, their equipment recorded a constant thrum that caused nausea, vertigo, and in one case, spontaneous tooth loss. The sound had no visible origin. It shifted octaves every 13 minutes, creating an unbearable harmony that made compasses spin and maps curl. But the strangest moment occurred when they attempted to record the sound onto a wax cylinder. As it played back, the sound was different, slow, deliberate, and overlaid with what seemed to be a voice counting backward in Arabic. The numbers stopped at 0. The cylinder cracked in half. No recording was recovered, but one member of the team later scratched a message into the underside of his bunk. "It is not counting time, it is counting proximity." In December 1902, the Königin Luise, a German scientific vessel, passed over a narrow trench near the Kermadec Arc. The ship's hull began to vibrate, as if struck by distant artillery, but there was no war, no wind, no waves. The crew heard it next, a steady, low-pitched, voice-like hum, rising from the depths, in a spiral pattern of ascending notes. At the peak of its resonance, the vibration ceased, and then a single word was spoken, recorded not by machine, but etched onto the inside of the ship's porthole by condensation. Down. The word remained visible until sunrise, at which point it faded completely. The crew refused to discuss what followed, but diaries recovered from a surviving sailor revealed a final warning, written over and over again, on the last page. Don't respond to what doesn't breathe. Closing out 1902, a French intelligence vessel crossing near the Azores detected a sonar reflection that looked like a signal from another ship, except no vessel was within 500 nautical miles. The reflection grew stronger, clearer, and then began repeating the exact pulse pattern of the French ship's own sonar. At first it seemed like a glitch, until the reflection began transmitting first. It was anticipating their signal, and replying with a counterpulse before the original left the ship. The final sequence it returned was a perfect match to the captain's birth date, encoded into waveform. When asked who had programmed the sonar to send it, the entire bridge crew denied it had ever been transmitted. The last recorded entry before the equipment was destroyed by fire read, "It knows who we are. It knew before we came." In early 1903, a British hydrographic vessel, charting depths, near the Cape Verde rise, stumbled upon an underwater plateau that appeared on no existing map. Flat, unusually smooth, and roughly circular, the formation stretched over 6 miles and terminated at a perfect edge. What made it stranger was that the water above it felt thicker, according to a diver, slower to move through, as if weighed down by more than gravity. The team deployed a grappling device to drag samples from the seafloor. Instead, it returned with something else, a bundle of what looked like leather scrolls, sealed tight by calcified bands and covered in thin kelp strands that turned to dust upon touch. Inside one scroll was a parchment, not paper, not skin, engraved with depth markers in a script no one could read, alongside what resembled a continental outline. But this map showed land, where there is now only ocean, a landmass positioned where the Cape Verde abyssal plain now lies. Historians dismissed it as a misinterpretation. The crew didn't. The diver who first described the heavy water refused to return to sea, telling his family something had been paved over by water. That scroll now sits uncatalogued in the basement of the Royal Hydrography Office. Its ink still smells like salt. Later that spring, a Russian naval expedition in the Barents Sea unearthed what initially appeared to be fragments of ancient ship hull embedded in permafrost along the shallow coastal seafloor. Closer inspection revealed the fragments to be etched with ornate ridges, repeating, overlapping labyrinth patterns with no beginning or end. When warmed in the lab to remove ice residue, one panel revealed a complete rendering of the Svalbard archipelago, but mirrored. What shocked the geographers most was that the mirrored coastlines aligned perfectly with glacial flow projections not documented until the 1970s. It suggested the map had not only reversed topography, but predicted future erosion. One linguist noticed something even more disturbing. Embedded in the winding ridges were raised characters, evenly spaced, matching the sound patterns of early Uralic chants. The design wasn't decoration, it was phonetic, a way to sing the map into memory. The panels were sealed away after a lab assistant attempted to hum the pattern and suffered violent seizures. He later wrote in a trembling hand, "It's not land you're meant to travel, it's thought." By midsummer of 1903, aboard the American research vessel Port Talon, a sonar anomaly off the Mariana Arc prompted a dive. At 3,000 feet, their submersible captured a visual of what looked like a wall, sheer, dark, and not part of the natural ridge. Scraped along its surface were hundreds of overlapping lines, not geological striations, carvings. The markings seemed random until the lead cartographer overlaid them with recent ocean current maps. They matched. Current flows from all over the Pacific appeared etched into the wall, not as art, but as information. Ancient navigation. Some of the deeper carvings even showed anomalies that hadn't yet occurred. Eddies and spirals. The crew would encounter a full 2 weeks later on their return path. One etching, when traced in chalk, triggered a deep tone resonance through the submersible, shaking instruments for nearly 12 minutes. When they surfaced, the captain noted all clocks on board had reset to 0 o'clock. A memo from the crew's linguist was later recovered. "This isn't a wall, it's a time map. Something draws our future before we sail it." In late 1903, a Brazilian whaling ship returned from the South Atlantic with an unusual hull tangled in the remains of a harpooned whale. Was a tablet-like object, smooth as porcelain, and shaped like a blade of an oar, but it was engraved, not in language, but in coastline. Muda Sedid, Sund, Wanawit, Witilid. The object depicted a long spiraling shelf of land curling out from the coast of Patagonia. Such a landform doesn't exist, but upon comparison with sonar records from the future Scotia Plate surveys, geologists were disturbed. The spiral could exist, had the tectonic rift moved differently. The tablet's material couldn't be classified. Cold to the touch, resistant to every tool, it whistled when left in direct sunlight. One of the crew claimed it hummed to itself. The captain turned it over to a Jesuit seminary in Recife, but it was stolen before analysis. Years later, a similar blade washed up near Ushuaia. A letter inside its container read, "Land remembers its other shapes." January 1904, just off the coast of Ceylon, a British sub-bottom profiler received an unexpected feedback loop from the Laccadive Ridge. The sound wave had bounced, not just from below, but between two identical patterns. The sea floor was mirroring itself. A diver sent down described it as like floating between the pages of a closed book. From within the trench, they retrieved a set of plates that appeared ceramic, but bore no weight underwater. These were covered in delicate grooves, and a dot system that initially resembled Braille. But the raised dots weren't random. They followed patterns similar to seismographic data. When lined up chronologically, they mirrored the last 10 years of tectonic movements in the Indian Ocean. But at the bottom of the plate, on a section still unreadable, lay grooves that matched no known activity, a projection. One geophysicist ran a simulation based on those unread grooves. The model predicted a seaquake scheduled to occur within a decade. It did, 9 years later, with terrifying precision. The Royal Survey deemed the plates coincidental artifacts, but in the geophysicist's notes, the final page was underlined twice. This isn't mapping what happened, it's mapping what's scheduled. In early spring of 1904, during a charting expedition near the Celebes Sea, a Filipino merchant ship recovered a cylindrical brass tube tangled in the lines of their lead sounder. Inside was a tightly rolled sheet of unknown textile, translucent, tougher than skin, and humming softly as it was unrolled. Across it, coastlines had been drawn, not ones from Earth, not even landforms, shapes like inverted mountains, floating triangles, water trapped in ringed basins. None of it made sense. One sailor said the designs looked like places we forgot how to remember. When brought into the sunlight, the ink shifted, moving between symbols and shadow. The captain locked it in the forward storage. That night, every man on deck reported hearing waves crashing from below the floorboards. The textile vanished 2 days later. Only a single triangle remained burned into the deck, with no fire, no ash, no smell. The first mate's journal ended on one line: "What is land before it hardens?" Late April 1904, a Swedish deep-sea survey ship, Kommandoren, working off the coast of the Reykjanes Ridge, recovered what initially appeared to be a section of fossilized coral. But when cleaned, the piece revealed raised ridges, linear, fluid, and unmistakably intentional. Under magnification, the ridges formed a spiraling archipelago, like the curving arm of a galaxy. The islands appeared to float above a central void, annotated in fine spiral calligraphy that shimmered when wet. The map was unlike anything cartographers had ever seen. One geologist hypothesized it could be an ancient form of magnetic charting, land as felt, not seen. But it didn't end there. When soaked in cold water, a secondary layer of ridges emerged, twisting in the opposite direction, forming a double helix. A mathematician aboard noted its resemblance to theoretical topography, an overlay of two maps occupying the same space, seen only through inversion. One sailor reported feeling gravity pull sideways while holding it. The coral sample was later shipped to a university in Uppsala, where it spontaneously shattered in a sealed case, without force, without touch. The shards fell into a spiral pattern on the stone floor. Someone later penciled onto the lab log, "It wasn't a map of where, it was a map of when." In the summer of 1904, a Portuguese vessel passing near the mid-Atlantic ridge discovered something floating, an unmarked buoy, ancient, rusted, still bobbing rhythmically in open water. Attached was a steel cable leading straight down into the trench. The captain ordered a trawl. What they pulled up wasn't debris, but a slate, shaped like a compass, carved in symbols that none could interpret. But surrounding the compass was a ring of glyphs, resembling ocean currents, spiraling inward, always inward, to a jagged scar-shaped icon in the center. This scar, aligned precisely with an unmapped gash on the ridge, later confirmed by bathymetric scans decades afterward. One sailor began claiming the glyphs were moving, another insisted the currents weren't natural, they were instructions. The captain locked the slate in his quarters. That night, the crew awoke to screams. The captain had vanished. The window was shattered outward. No blood, no wind. The compass slate was cracked down the middle, and the scar icon had turned red. Rust, not from oxidation, but from within. A priest who later examined the object said only, "It's not a compass, it's a keyhole." The Comte, 1904, a French scientific vessel exploring the Congo Canyon, dredged a strange clay tablet, embedded with what first seemed to be primitive carvings, waves, spirals, and claw-like curves, etched in rows. But the orientation was all wrong. When viewed upright, the shapes didn't match any language. Turned sideways, they resembled coastlines. Turned again, they became orbital arcs, like the path of something circling Earth. Then a biologist noticed something else. The arcs weren't circling the planet. They were circling beneath it, an inversion, a shadow path. When the tablet was placed in contact with seawater, the clay remained solid, but the etchings began to fade, as if they were absorbing something back into themselves. The lead cartographer theorized it was a form of living topography, coastlines that changed with memory. By the end of the voyage, the carvings were gone. Nothing remained but a smooth slab of bone-colored stone. One sentence was scratched onto the crate before it reached Paris. This map was not drawn, it was erased. In January 1905, during a storm-laden voyage through the Arafura Sea, the crew of the Dutch ship, Stil Hemel, found their navigational instruments, pulling them repeatedly off course. The stars were clear, but their sextants drifted up to 4 degrees from charted headings. While recalibrating, the ship's navigator discovered something odd in the map drawer. An unmarked parchment, heavy and soft, folded between 2 official sea charts. The ink on this map bled slightly, like it had been drawn in water rather than upon it. It showed the same coastline they were traveling, but distorted, elongated, bent inward, forming a spiral bay that didn't exist on any record. But the currents outside began to match it. The ship slowly veered into the pattern, as if being pulled toward a whirlpool that wasn't visible. When they adjusted course, the compasses spun violently, then stopped. The mysterious map dissolved days later in the navigator's hands. The ship made it home, but the logs were marked uncertain deviation, external influence. Years later, another vessel reported a similar drift in the same region. One sailor called it the pull of an island that remembers where it used to be. May 1905. A Norwegian fishing boat caught more than cod near the Jan Mayen fracture zone. Tangled in the net was a square of woven metal thread, like chainmail, but far more delicate, and cold enough to sting the skin. Woven through its fibers were thin ribbons of mother-of-pearl, forming crude yet deliberate shapes. Triangles, rings, and branching spirals. The ship's engineer noticed that the rings aligned with the major gyres of the North Atlantic, yet the branching shapes mimicked trade winds instead of current. It wasn't a map of terrain, it was a map of motion, and when laid flat under moonlight, the spirals began to shimmer faintly, not from any light source, but from movement within the threads themselves. The map was stored below deck. Hours later, the helmsman reported seeing a second compass needle, one that pointed not north, but downward, a second hidden direction, one that moved with the sea's breath. When they reached land, the map had unraveled into filaments. They floated in the water, disintegrated, and vanished. In the engineer's journal, he wrote, "This wasn't a way to get somewhere, it was a way to be found." August 1905. A U.S. coastal mapping project near the Gulf of Mexico discovered a sealed wooden cylinder buried in offshore sediment. The container had no rot. Despite its age, and was bound in rusted brass bands, shaped like leeches. Inside a rolled vellum document, too damp to touch at first. When finally unfurled, it revealed a landmass shaped like a lung, complete with branching waterways, like bronchi, all labelled in sharp, square Latin script. But the names didn't match any known language. Instead, they described emotions: shame, yearn, wound, refuse. The cartographer called it a map of the interior, disguised as a coast. As they copied the document, several assistants fainted, citing dizziness and a sensation of being compressed. The map was sealed again, but before it was sent to Washington, it disappeared from the vault. The following week, a similar lung-shaped shoal was discovered by accident, then sank again 2 days later. Locals now refer to it as the Grieving Island. September 1905, and off the coast of South Georgia Island, a French research team charting undersea thermal vents recorded sonar anomalies, forming repeating geometric patterns on the seafloor. They dismissed it as coincidence until the patterns matched an ancient Mesopotamian city grid, one that had no reason to exist beneath an Antarctic current. Divers photographed angular stonework far below, covered in sediment, forming perfect 90-degree paths leading to a pit. Within days, seismic tremors shattered the formation. Nothing remained. But the sonar record was clear. The crew plotted it against modern cities and discovered its layout matched exactly the downtown footprint of Buenos Aires, a time-lost mirror. One geologist noted, "This isn't where something was, it's where something will be again." November 1905, near the Solomon Sea, a tribal fisherman delivered a strange Barnacle Chart to a passing Dutch patrol. The map was made of hammered fish scales, sewn with shark cartilage, and formed into the shape of a conch shell. At first it was dismissed as folk art, but when uncoiled, it matched no known shoreline, yet perfectly tracked the ship's journey over the next 7 days, including a course change caused by weather that hadn't occurred yet. The map knew their drift, knew the storm. It had been drawn in spirals, and now the sea followed those lines. The shell map was thrown overboard. It returned the next morning, coiled at the helm. "It's not telling you where to go," said one sailor. "It's remembering where you already promised to arrive." Closing out 1905, a German deep-sea expedition at the edge of the Scotia Plate uncovered a bronze ring tethered to the seafloor. Attached was a panel etched with angular lines, resembling latitude, but the continents were wrong, elongated, stretched as if seen from underwater. The ocean had been drawn first. The land was an afterthought. At the center of the ring was a hollow depression, like a socket waiting to receive something circular, but nothing fit. The crew called it a porthole into nowhere. The chart itself was lost during transport, but its sketch remains, preserved in a field book with the final annotation: "This isn't a map of the Earth, it's a map of what Earth might become if it drowns." It was the spring of 1906, when the Cavendish Pearl, a British survey steamer refitted with deep-sea acoustic sensors, departed from Halifax under military orders. Her manifest was redacted, her destination classified. Officially, the ship was to observe unusual marine tectonic activity near the mid-Atlantic ridge. In truth, the Pearl was sent in response to an unexplainable signal, one that had been recorded pulsing every 73 minutes from a point deep within a trench that appeared, curiously, on no charts. The ship carried 47 men, 6 acoustic engineers, and 2 researchers from the Royal Geographical Society. On its 9th day at sea, the Pearl sent a garbled wireless message. 4 words, repeated 3 times: trench moving, inwards, listening, then silence. No further contact was made. Search efforts were dispatched but failed to locate the vessel. It was assumed lost, consumed by the volatile waters east of the ridge. But 73 days later, an exact echo of the signal interval, the Pearl was found adrift in calm waters near the equatorial mid-Atlantic bulge. Her engines were cold, her deck overgrown with patches of algae, despite the short time frame. More disturbingly, her hull was dry. There was no sign of struggle, no sign of crew. Meals had been half-eaten. Coffee was still warm in the captain's quarters. All clocks on board were frozen at 3:11 a.m. The ship's log was missing entirely, ripped clean from its binding, not torn, but carefully sliced. The walls of the forward cabin bore one phrase, carved with surgical precision: "We didn't find the trench. The trench found us." But it was the hold that gave investigators pause. Beneath the cargo deck, in a reinforced vault intended for high-pressure equipment, there was nothing. No tools, no instruments, no crates. Just an empty metal room, with one anomaly. In the center of the rear wall was a spiral, carved into the bulkhead by hand, each loop drawn with increasing pressure, until the innermost ring pierced clean through the steel. Not dented, not drilled, pierced. Analysis revealed the mark extended less than 3 inches, but on sonar, that section of the hull gave off an entirely different resonance than the rest of the ship, as though the metal had been changed on a molecular level. Later tests with magnetic fields showed the spiral repelled all current, like it was immune to signal. The Pearl was towed to Dakar under military escort. 3 nights after docking, it disappeared again, this time from a locked dry dock under heavy storm surveillance. The guards saw nothing. The chains holding the vessel were still bolted to the ground. The only clue was a massive ring of seawater that had pooled around the stone foundation, even though no rain had fallen that night. Witnesses described the smell, not salt water, but something darker, like oil and burnt kelp. And sound technicians later reported a brief low pulse picked up on the harbor's hydrophones at the precise moment the ship vanished. A frequency too deep for human ears, one that matched only one other signature in recorded oceanographic history, the very signal the Pearl had been sent to investigate in the first place. The British government denied the ship ever existed. Naval logs were scrubbed, personnel records sealed, but in 1951, a diver exploring wreckage off the Azores surfaced with a rusted ship's bell. It bore no markings, but when struck, it rang at 3:11 a.m. every night. For the next week without human contact. Inside the bell, etched so faintly it could only be read under UV light, was the same phrase from the captain's quarters: "The trench found us." On the morning of October 7, 1907, a fleet of Japanese fishing vessels, navigating the outer reaches of the Kuril Trench, came across a drifting schooner, partially obscured by fog. The ship bore no sails, no national flag, and no discernible name, only a corroded plate, riveted near the stern, etched with 2 words in block script: "No return." At first the fishermen believed it to be a wreck, but as they neared, it became clear the ship was intact, its hull dry, its ropes still coiled, its anchor line hanging slack and unbroken. With hesitation and prayer, a boarding party of 5 climbed aboard. They found the ship eerily pristine. Everything was in place. The galley still smelled of broth. The decks were swept. No rigging was frayed. It was as if the crew had simply stepped away moments earlier, but there were signs of something not right. The crew's boots remained in neat pairs at the edge of their hammocks. 5 sets, untouched, beside bedding that appeared slept in, warm to the touch. On the bridge, a kettle of tea sat atop a brazier, gently steaming. The flame had just gone out. More unsettling was the complete absence of maps. Every chart drawer had been emptied, yet on the desk lay a single square of cloth, sail canvas, folded carefully, inside of which was placed a circle of blackened paper. Burned around the edges, the paper bore only a single marking, a red dot at the center, labeled in English, and inked in perfect cursive. One of the fishermen, a seasoned helmsman, noted that the wheel of the ghost vessel had been lashed tight, set dead west, yet the ship was facing north, meaning something had spun her completely around with no resistance. A younger crew member entered the forecastle and emerged minutes later, shaking, unable to speak. When he finally calmed, he told of hearing voices not in his ears, but in his ribs, low, wordless, yet pleading. That night, the fishermen attempted to tow the vessel back toward Hokkaido, but as soon as the line grew taut, the compass on the lead boat began spinning. The sea went still, too still, the tow line slackened. The vessel had stopped following. When they turned back, the ghost ship was gone. No lights, no silhouette, no splash. But the next morning, tied to the stern of the lead trawler, was one of the missing ship's lifeboats, tethered with rope the crew swore had never been aboard their vessel. Inside the boat sat the folded sailcloth and map again, only now the red dot on the paper pulsed faintly under sunlight. When examined in the dark, it glowed. The fishermen abandoned the lifeboat at sea and returned to port in silence. 4 of the 5 who had boarded refused to speak of what they saw. One took to his futon for nearly a year. Another never fished again, moving inland to the mountains of Amori. The 5th vanished completely. A month later, their lead trawler washed ashore near Nemero, crewless, anchor still tied. The ship's radio logs were recovered. The final message had been tapped in by hand, with no reply. Not a ship. A corridor. We stepped in too far. The ghost vessel has never been sighted again, though fishermen in the area still speak of the ship that floats in circles, appearing only on the foggiest nights, always moving slowly, never drifting, always arriving as if it knows where you are. No birds fly near it, no fish swim below, only the hush of something waiting to be found, or worse, to be followed. On January 12, 1908, a wireless signal was picked up by the Argentine Navy station in Ushuaia. The message was brief, distorted, and repeated 3 times in erratic Morse. Listening, listening, down, down, EMP. The signal originated from the Santa Beatrice, a civilian geological transport vessel carrying seismographs, dredging tools, and 3 experimental underwater microphones intended to detect vibrations on the seafloor of the South Sandwich Trench. The Beatrice had been chartered by a private consortium of geologists, hoping to validate a theory that certain trenches were not carved over time, but created all at once, by collapse, or worse, by absence. The Santa Beatrice never made it to the trench. 3 days after that final transmission, it was spotted by a Chilean mail steamer floating near Bristol Island, sails half lowered, rudder drifting loose. The crew boarded, expecting signs of distress. What they found was not a shipwreck, nor was it a crime scene. The Santa Beatrice was immaculate. Cargo was secure. Storage lockers were locked. Doors were closed. There were no signs of struggle, no water damage, and no indication that a storm had passed. The galley was warm. The lights flickered with generator power. But not a single person remained. 42 souls vanished. In the captain's cabin, the logbook was open. Its last legible entry read, "Depth readings inconsistent. Microphones now picking up rhythms. Patterned, response-like. No echo, originating beneath us." Above the cot, someone had nailed 3 torn pieces of map to the wooden wall. Each section had been stripped of its topography, leaving only grid lines and sea. A red ink circle had been drawn on each, concentric, shrinking on every page. The final sheet bore nothing but a pin-sized mark, labeled US. In the aft hold, where the seismographs were stored, the devices had been smashed, not externally, but from within. The thick glass lenses had buckled outward, splintered as if something had burst free inside them. The walls of the chamber bore scratches, long and parallel, 6 lines at regular intervals. The pattern repeated twice, then stopped. Under UV light, a single word was revealed etched across the floor in overlapping loops. Listened. Recovery crews were ordered to tow the Santa Beatrice back to mainland Argentina. But within 2 days, strange phenomena began. Electronic equipment began failing. Compass needles froze. Crewmen reported dreams, always the same. A descent through black water, followed by a voice speaking through the hull, not into their ears. The voice never used language. It used memory, as if pulling forgotten things to the surface. One man claimed to hear his mother's dying breath replayed exactly as he'd remembered it from childhood. The ship's chaplain threw himself overboard without a word. After docking in Buenos Aires, the Beatrice was taken into naval custody. Investigators removed every instrument and mapped the interior. Nothing seemed out of place until they examined the wooden supports in the cargo bay. Beneath one was wedged a folded waterlogged paper that did not appear on the manifest. It was a map, but not of the South Atlantic, not of Earth. The shape was alien, circular with radiating ridges, and 5 curled arms like a sea star. Where longitude and latitude would be, there were only pulses, thick to thin, like ripples. A label at the bottom, in a fluid, ink-drunk hand, read, "Coordinates no longer apply." The Santa Beatrice was decommissioned. Years later, its hull was sold for scrap. But in 1943, during World War II, a U-boat hunting run over the South Sandwich Trench picked up a repeating sonar anomaly. 7 pulses, rising in tempo, matching the last known setting of the Beatrice underwater microphone. The signal repeated, then stopped, then came back in Morse. One word, one plea, listening. To this day, that specific sequence has never been explained. The trench has been recharted, but divers refuse to stay above it for more than a day. It's not the pressure, they say. It's the feeling that something is just below them, responding. In the quiet swell of August 1908, the Belgian scientific vessel, Étoile du Nord, slipped from the harbour of St. John's, Newfoundland, under a sky of immaculate blue. She carried 22 souls, 7 scientists, 13 crewmen, and 2 cartographers. Their assignment was purely academic, to survey variations in thermocline activity and sediment deposition along the lower shelf of the Labrador Sea. The mission was scheduled for 19 days. It lasted only 13. The ship returned on its own. No distress call had been received, no delay reported. Yet when the Étoile du Nord drifted back into harbour on the morning of August 29th, she was eerily silent. No greeting, no sign of docking procedure, just the gentle slap of waves against her hull, as though she had forgotten how to stop and was merely waiting to be claimed. A harbour pilot approached with caution. From the moment his boot touched the deck, something felt wrong. The ship was not damaged, the sails were reefed as per protocol, and her lifeboats hung undisturbed in their cradles. But every window had been sealed from the inside with wax paper and sea tar, blocking out all light. The engine was cold, the lamps were lit, the clocks had stopped at 2:46 a.m., and every single person on board had vanished. Their belongings were still in place. Warm mugs of tea sat beside open logs. Beds were unmade, journals left mid-sentence. In the galley, a soup pot still steamed faintly. The scene was one of recent presence, not disaster. But in the captain's quarters, something had changed. On the navigation table lay a folded piece of parchment. It was not aged, no signs of moisture damage, creases still crisp. It bore a hand-drawn route that none of the expedition members had planned. A red line moved from their last known coordinates into a sharp downward curve that dove into a notch in the Labrador Shelf, an area that until then had been considered geologically unremarkable. The curve ended in a single word, entry. Pinned beside the chart was a typed note, unsigned, unaddressed. It read, "The sea holds more than water. When it inhales, it chooses what to keep." Deeper within the ship, strange modifications were discovered. In the lower deck storage room, lined with crates of sediment jars and sonar cylinders, the investigators found the walls lined with concentric circles drawn in charcoal, dozens of them, some overlapping, others forming a slow progression toward what appeared to be a spiral iris, like the aperture of a camera carved into the rear bulkhead, and behind the iris, something knocked, once, hard enough to shake the frame. The ship was quarantined for 48 hours. No cause of disappearance could be determined. Autopsy of the journals revealed increasing tension in the days leading up to the return. Reports of vertigo on calm waters, a sensation described as being watched from below. One entry, "It's not current, it's presence." The Étoile du Nord was never returned to service. In 1913, she was relocated to a dry dock warehouse for long-term study. Then in 1921, during a routine structural inspection, she vanished. The chain securing her to the dock was unbroken. The warehouse door remained locked. She was simply gone. The only remnant left behind was the red-inked map. It remained nailed to the inspection table, but in the bottom corner, where the word entry had been, a second word had appeared, handwritten, this time in smudged graphite. Obeyed. and below that, scribbled faintly along the margin, were latitude and longitude coordinates, none of which exist on any present-day map. But satellite scans decades later would reveal a subtle trench exactly at those impossible coordinates, so deep that it bends sonar, so ancient, it predates the tectonic plates above it. Modern oceanographers refer to it in secret as the corridor, and none dare to sail over it. The Balfour Resolution expedition of 1909 was intended to be a modest scientific voyage, a 3-month survey of marine biodiversity in the Scotia Sea, organised by the Royal Academy of Natural Sciences. It had no military objectives, no supernatural suspicions, and no reason to fear what lay beneath. The team was composed of respected marine biologists, zoologists, and hydrologists from 4 countries. Among their most notable members was Dr. Larrick Hemmings, a cryptozoologist who had long theorized that the deepest ocean trenches preserved life forms from before the Cambrian explosion, not fossils, but living lineages, sealed in cold pressure and evolving apart. The crew of the Coldrake made their first deep drop of baited camera traps on January 19th, tethered by reinforced cable and pressure-resistant casings. They reached a depth of nearly 7,800 meters, far beyond any prior biological survey in the region. The cameras were left for 6 hours. When retrieved, only 2 remained intact. The others had been crushed inward, not by pressure, but by impact. The footage that did survive was limited to 12 minutes before static overtook the image. At first, the video revealed expected deep-sea life, eyeless eels, jellyfish blooming like phantoms, clusters of bioluminescent plankton. But then, a silhouette, large, slow, drifting just outside the range of the spotlight. It wasn't a whale, no bone structure, no fins, but it moved with deliberation, as if curious. The shape spiraled, turning once before vanishing upward. Moments later, the camera caught a reflection, not from light, but from some mirrored surface. Then a single flash of motion, a tendril, thick as a man's torso, covered in shimmering nodes that blinked in sequence, and finally, a flash of something that looked back, a circular formation, like an eye, but segmented like a spider's. It contracted once, twice, then the feed went black. When Dr. Hemmings reviewed the footage, he said nothing. He simply locked the reel in a steel case, stored it in his cabin, and began sleeping with the door bolted shut. By the following week, one crewman had jumped overboard. He left behind a journal entry. "They are not sleeping. They are watching through us." Later that month, during a second descent, the crew used hydrophones to record low-frequency ambient noise near the trench wall. What they captured was a sequence of vocalizations, 7 pulses followed by a long drawl, like a whale's call but deeper, more layered, almost harmonic. One of the linguists aboard noted something troubling. When slowed and filtered, the call bore the mathematical structure of language. The same 3 tones repeated. The intervals between them were consistent, almost like syllables. The next night, the ship's sonar array began pinging on its own. No one was operating it. The sonar sweep emitted in perfect rhythm, with the earlier vocal pattern. That was when the divers refused to go back down. The captain ordered the mission to continue, but within 48 hours, more equipment failed. Power flickered, salt built up in strange formations, spirals, always spirals, around the vents and window seals. Crew members started seeing shapes in the water, but the glass remained fogged, as though something warm was always breathing just outside. Dr. Hemmings vanished on February 2nd. He left behind his field notes, all pages torn from the journal except one. It read, "We did not discover them." They emerged to see what was looking. The Coldrake returned to port 3 weeks early, with all footage seized by government officials. The official record stated that the expedition was abandoned due to mechanical failure and crew illness. But one member, Dr. Maria Lang, later gave a private testimony, sealed in the archives of the Norwegian Oceanographic Institute. She claimed the cameras did not malfunction. They were sending something back. Images, yes, but also pulses, data that no one understood, messages that were not recordings, but responses. She ended her testimony with this: "What we saw had no face, But it stared longer than anything has ever stared at me. I felt its patience. The Coldrake was quietly retired. Its last sonar ping was recorded 10 miles off its original course, and 2,000 meters deeper than the trench should have allowed. In the summer of 1911, the SS Lachesis, a merchant steamer repurposed for scientific transport, was hired by a coalition of oceanographers and physicists from the Netherlands and France to explore an abnormal thermal bloom recorded in the Sunda Trench, an area long believed to be geologically stable, cold, and uneventful. Satellite data wasn't available in those days, but deep pressure buoys had begun to detect something curious: faint pulses of heat, rising from nearly 10,000 meters below, inconsistent with geothermal activity, almost rhythmic, as though being generated in intervals rather than emitted passively. The scientists theorized a volcanic shift, or perhaps an unrecorded vent field. But as the Lachesis crept toward the coordinates, accompanied by a smaller auxiliary vessel towing experimental magnetic field sensors, the equipment began malfunctioning before they even reached the descent zone. At first it was simple: compasses freezing, radio static, sonar bouncing back with strange curvatures in the ocean floor that didn't match any previous charts. Then the ship's lights began to flicker in predictable bursts. They discovered it wasn't mechanical failure. The lights were dimming every 63 seconds. Exactly. The auxiliary vessel, the Delphine, reported the same intervals, and a technician aboard joked it was as if something down there was blinking. It wasn't taken seriously until they deployed the first submersible. Manned by 2 Dutch divers and equipped with a forward-facing spotlight array, the craft was sent to hover above a long fault line, where sensors had picked up an unusual metal density. The descent went smoothly for the first few hours, silent, uneventful, with grainy visuals showing typical benthic life and fine sediment drifts across rocky shelf layers. But at 9,000 meters, something shifted. The feed cut to black for 7 seconds. When it returned, the submersible was still intact, but everything around it had changed. The bottom was gone. Where solid ocean floor had once been, was now an abyss, a vertical shaft, completely round, with no geological features. Not a trench, not a collapse, but a near-perfect bore descending farther than their lights could penetrate. At the edge of this chasm, the divers claimed they saw something rising slowly, a film, translucent, bulbous in some sections and ridged in others. Not a body, but something like a curtain, organic, glistening in the light, and impossibly wide. It drifted upward, not pushed by current, but with intention. Then the lights dimmed again, not due to power, but because the light itself was being absorbed. The last image transmitted from the sub was a single frame, what appeared to be a surface, like skin or carapace, stretching for hundreds of meters, covered in eyes, not 2, not 10, but hundreds, each one different in shape, some like a goat's, others like a cephalopod, some glowing, some closed, some pulsing with a light that seemed to twist instead of blink. Then the connection cut. The sub was recovered 13 hours later, rising to the surface on its emergency ascent protocols. Both divers were gone. The hatch was sealed. There were no signs of struggle, no breach, no flooding, just silence, and a single item found in the storage chamber, a scrap of their expedition log, water-damaged but still legible. On it, written in black grease pencil, were the words it unfolded: not from a body, but from a place. The Lachesis turned back immediately, but as they fled, the sensors continued picking up pressure pulses, not random, not tectonic. They came every 63 seconds, growing stronger as they moved away, and then came the sound. Below deck, engineers recorded what they first believed was equipment grinding, but microphones revealed something else. A tone, deep and wet, layered with harmonics that seemed to move through language. When looped and slowed, one pattern stood out: 6 rising pulses, followed by a flat resonance that bore uncanny resemblance to the sound of a human sigh. Scientists dismissed it, but one physicist aboard, Etienne Marseille, refused to forget. In a private letter written weeks later, he described it as not a call, a reaction, like a creature shifting in sleep, because it sensed it was being watched. The letter was never published, Marseille died of heart failure that same month. His body was found at his desk, hands locked around a photograph from the mission. The photo was blank, just darkness and a faint glimmer, but when exposed to infrared, a spiral-shaped eye could be seen, faint but unmistakable, peering from the void, like it had never blinked at all. By 1912, whispers of unclassifiable marine encounters had begun circling quietly among the scientific elite of Europe. Most were dismissed as tales spun by overworked sailors or embellished by nationalist institutions, hoping to claim the next great discovery. But one report, filed under sealed records in the French Academy of Sciences, escaped suppression long enough to reach the journals of Dr. Émile Revoir, a specialist in marine acoustics and early deep-water photographic instrumentation. His private expedition aboard the converted trawler Rocamadour had set out toward the Algerian basin, chasing rumors of anomalous light emissions observed by fishermen, lights that weren't reflections or bioluminescence, but structures that appeared and disappeared like stars beneath the water. Revoir brought with him a prototype invention, the Chronovision Plate, a reinforced glass disc capable of long-exposure imagery in near-total darkness. Unlike standard cameras of the time, it captured incremental changes across a period of hours. His goal was simple: set it at depth, allow the sea to pass before it, and retrieve whatever impressions might linger. On the fourth night, in the deepest part of the basin, the plate was lowered. For 10 hours it sat in place, motionless, except for the gentle sway of cable. When it was pulled back aboard at dawn, it looked unremarkable, clouded, cold, with condensation trapped beneath its ridged surface. But as sunlight warmed the glass, the image began to reveal itself, not in sharp detail, but in impressionistic smears of color and motion. At first it showed only gradients, deep greens, dull silvers, wisps of marine snow. Then something emerged in the lower quadrant, a shape, vast, curved, but not uniformly, like a mouth, not open, but forming. Inside the crescent was a series of ridges, faintly glowing, each arranged with disturbing precision. They pulsed once, then again, they seemed to form a pattern, almost like vertebrae, but arranged vertically, as if this thing stood, not swam, in the dark. Revoir believed at first it was an illusion, an artifact of exposure or lens error. But as he studied the surrounding sediment trails in the image, he noticed something chilling. The particles, normally scattered randomly, were all drawn subtly toward the shape. Gravity didn't behave like that at those depths. Nothing should have pulled from that distance, and yet, it had. 2 nights later, they deployed the plate again, this time with an extended exposure. What returned would never be shown to the public. On the surface, the image resembled a cathedral, not a creature. Pillars rising in the background, veiled in shimmering threads. But as the crew stared longer, the illusion collapsed. The pillars were appendages, multi-jointed, semi-transparent, each ending in a hook-like fan, not unlike a jellyfish's oral arms. But these were enormous, and they weren't floating. They were gripping something just beyond the frame, as if holding open a fissure. At the base of the plate, near the lower edge, a symbol appeared, scratched into the image itself, not during retrieval, but somewhere during the exposure. A spiral again, but reversed, curling inward, as if folding into a vortex, rather than blooming out. Revoir had the glass sealed immediately. No one was allowed to touch it. But that night, strange sounds began echoing through the hull. At first it sounded like knocks, random and soft, but they repeated every 42 seconds. When someone banged back, the rhythm changed, became faster, more deliberate. Then a low droning moan began to fill the lower cabins, not through any speaker, but through the very metal of the ship. The sound bypassed the ears. It was felt vibrating through bones and teeth. 2 crewmen went deaf within hours. Another began coughing up seawater in his sleep. Revoir ordered the voyage cut short. But before they reached Marseille, the Chronovision Plate began to heat from within. When unsealed in an attempt to prevent cracking, it hissed like a living thing, expelling a vapor that smelled of salt and metal. Within the mist, one deckhand claimed to see a shifting shadow, not in the fog, but inside the glass itself, like the plate had become a lens into something still watching. The glass was shattered, the pieces scattered, and later confiscated by a military liaison, claiming to act under international maritime codes. Revoir refused to speak of the incident again. His final field note read, "The deeper you go, the fewer lives you see, but the more ancient they become, and older doesn't mean gone, older means waiting." In late November of 1913, the British research vessel Fenwick departed from Cape Town, bound southward into the Agulhas fracture zone, chasing what many in the Admiralty believed to be little more than sailors' superstition. But the vessel's mission wasn't driven by belief, it was driven by patterns. In the prior 6 months, at least 4 commercial ships had passed through the corridor between Marion Island and the mid-ocean ridge. All 4 arrived late. All 4 reported inexplicable compass interference, and all 4 had filed unofficial, handwritten testimonies, logs sealed privately between captains and institutions, describing the same thing. Light beneath us, not from the sun, pale, slow, and alive. These testimonies were never meant for publication. They had been collected, quietly, by Admiral Percival Shaw, who had long suspected that certain bathymetric anomalies were being ignored in favor of trade route safety. The Fenwick was equipped modestly, standard sonar, depth lines, and early underwater arc lamps, recently acquired from a German manufacturing firm. But what made the vessel distinct was the addition of an experimental sublantern, built to flicker rhythmically at pre-selected intervals. The idea was to imitate bioluminescent signaling, something seen in shallow water squid and abyssal fish, but scaled up for open trench engagement. They weren't hunting fish. On the 5th day of sailing, the crew noticed strange behavior in the sea. Winds were calm, and yet waves formed consistently in countercurrent. Beneath the vessel, sonar registered empty water for a full vertical kilometer. Not even plankton, not even kelp strands. It was a void, a pocket of sea that seemed to refuse to host life. More troubling, their sublantern, set to pulse every 5 seconds, began returning flickers, not in sync with its program. It was being answered. At first the delay was fractional, 0.2 seconds off, then it doubled, then the return pulse came before the lantern could finish its own. Someone or something was mimicking, then leading. The onboard technician checked the device 3 times before confirming it had received a foreign electrical signal, not a reflection, but a source. Something had replied. Over the next 48 hours, the Fenwick drifted slowly above the fracture zone, trailing light below, and recording audio through hydrophones dropped nearly a mile down. What the microphones captured was not simply marine noise. It was structure, a repeated low-frequency pattern, impossibly slow, occurring in rhythms that seemed deliberate, but not musical, not speech, something in between. It wasn't meant to be heard, only noticed. Then came the sightings. At 3:16 a.m., the night deck crew reported seeing a long film of pale thread rise from the water, waving like fabric, vanishing just under the surface. An hour later, another sailor saw what he described as teeth, not fangs, but flat and wide like barn doors, briefly cresting before dipping back beneath the waves without sound. The crew began taking turns, keeping watch at the rails, not to monitor weather, but to ensure the sea remained itself. One sailor swore he saw a coil, like a nautilus, but stretching upward, not inward, unspooling into the clouds before vanishing in mist. That man never slept again. His eyes began to bleed after 5 days. He died whispering the word inverted. On the 7th day, the Fenwick's captain, Ernest Dalrymple, ordered a full deployment of signal flares over the fracture zone. 4 flares were fired into the air. Only 3 were seen landing. The 4th had disappeared entirely, not burned out, not extinguished, simply erased, as if falling into something that wasn't atmosphere anymore. That night, the hull of the ship thrummed as if gripped by an unseen current, not shaking, but pulsing gently, rhythmically. The same rhythm as the sublantern's signal. The sea had taken the lead. In desperation, Dalrymple ordered all electronic gear shut down, lights off, lantern dead. The Fenwick sat in total darkness for 16 hours, floating like a forgotten thought. Nothing rose, nothing called, Nothing replied. When they re-engaged power, the sublantern would no longer activate. The internal circuit had been scorched, not by heat, but by pressure, fused as though crushed by an invisible grip. They abandoned the experiment and turned north. On return to Cape Town, every crewman was required to sign the official Secrets Act. The Fenwick was reassigned to the North Atlantic and never again deployed in southern waters. Dalrymple retired within the year, spending his final days obsessively sketching concentric lines across every surface of his home, walls, ceilings, even mirrors, always centered on a single dot, always expanding outward. A visitor once asked what he was drawing. He answered, "Not a creature, a response." He died in 1915. In his final notebook, tucked between pages of scrawled arcs and pulsing waveforms, was a single line of text, repeated over and over again. We didn't see it, it showed itself. In the waning autumn of 1914, the St. Cordelia, a research-equipped cargo steamer, operated jointly by the Swedish Geological Society and the Norwegian Royal Hydrographic Service, began a quiet voyage along the eastern Greenland coast. Their mission was meant to be unremarkable: collect sediment cores, test new sonar mapping tools, and survey glacial shelf erosion. But deep in the Denmark Strait, as the aurora flickered faintly in the overcast sky above them, the crew dredged up something no one had expected, and nothing they were prepared to handle. The object came up tangled in thick silt nets, oblong, jagged, almost like a rusted fin, but clearly not natural. At first it was mistaken for a broken part of the dredger itself, until one of the engineers noticed text, not etched, not carved, but grown. The symbols were raised like barnacles, clustered in rows and spirals across the object's surface. There were no familiar letters, no numerals. Instead they resembled open eyes, not stylized, but disturbingly anatomical. Some had slits, others circles. One symbol, upon cleaning, was revealed to contain vein-like grooves that dripped a black residue long after the artifact had dried. The object itself was cold, not just from the water, but unnaturally so. Even when placed near the ship's boiler room, it refused to rise above 3 degrees Celsius. Metal tools clinked oddly against it, as if the surface absorbed sound. The head scientist aboard, Johan Ryberg, ordered it moved below deck. He recorded in his journal that the object was possibly volcanic glass, coated in biological calcification. But a day later, his tone shifted. Ryberg's next entry was shorter. It hums when alone, only in silence, only in the dark. They attempted to X-ray the piece using a primitive radiograph kit. The results were inconclusive: blurry smears, halos, patterns that looked like circuits, but without consistency. Then at 2:43 a.m., the watchman on duty reported that the artifact emitted a faint light, not a glow, not phosphorescence, a pulse. It seemed to come from beneath the surface, blinking irregularly, like a distant lighthouse seen through fog. The next morning, 2 crewmen were missing. Their boots were found near the artifact crate. Their coats remained folded on a bench, but no footprints, no broken railing, no signs of struggle or suicide, simply gone. Ryberg's final journal entries became erratic. He spoke of recursion, of sight turned inward, and repeatedly referenced a phrase that troubled the linguist on board, the mirror mouth. When pressed, Ryberg could not explain what it meant. He only said it came to him in the dark, when the object blinked. Fearing mutiny, the captain demanded the artifact be tossed back into the sea, but Ryberg refused, threatening to radio Stockholm and have the ship quarantined. By nightfall, the lights below deck began to fail one by one, not in sequence, but in reaction. Every time someone moved near the crate, the bulbs dimmed. When no one watched it, it pulsed again. 3 nights later, the crate was found empty. The object had vanished. No damage to the wood, no sign of removal, just a black smear left in the corner of the box, like oil absorbed into dry pine. When the St. Cordelia docked in Reykjavik, Ryberg was sedated and removed by force. His eyes were bloodshot, pupils blown wide, muttering to himself in an unidentifiable dialect. He died a month later, locked in a sanitarium cell lined with pages of symbols, drawn in circles, always overlapping, always centered around a vertical slit. One page was mailed anonymously to a museum in Copenhagen. It remained in their archives, unexamined, until 1963, when a researcher scanning ancient petroglyphs noticed a symbol nearly identical to one of Ryberg's. It had been carved into basalt columns found inside a cave on the coast of Jan Mayen Island, a cave unreachable, except during extreme low tide, and one that local fishermen refused to enter. The symbol, shaped like an eye, made of spiral blades, was found etched above a submerged passage. The cave has since collapsed, but the page in Copenhagen still remains, and if you stare long enough, the ink along the slitted eye begins to ripple, just once, just barely, but enough to make you question whether it ever dried at all. In the spring of 1920, a Japanese salvage team working off the coast of Shikoku encountered something they couldn't explain, an object unearthed, not by intention, but by accident, after a violent undersea landslide stirred up the silt beds just beyond the Nankai Trough. The crew of the Hanamaru VF, a modest coastal hauler retrofitted for post-typhoon clearing, had been retrieving shattered cargo containers when one of the divers surfaced in a frenzy, screaming for the crane to be dropped. He hadn't seen a corpse, or a creature, or even a wreck. He had seen a door. It was embedded in the slope, vertical, clean-edged, half buried in centuries of sediment, smooth, uncorroded, framed by stone darker than basalt, but softer than metal. No hinges, no handles, just a flat plate with a ring of concentric indentations. 7 in total, each filled with what looked like polished teeth. The diver swore they were human molars. The crew dredged the object loose. It rose from the sea like a slab torn from some forbidden temple, roughly 6 feet tall, 4 feet wide, and perhaps a foot thick. It bore no carvings, except for the central ring of enamel-filled holes. When brought aboard, the material was strangely warm, despite the freezing depth, and completely dry, as though water never touched it. It gave off a faint odor of burnt ozone and wet iron. Several crewmen refused to go near it, complaining of nosebleeds and headaches when standing too close. The salvage captain radioed port for inspection, but by the time officials arrived, 2 days later, 3 things had changed. First, the indentations had rearranged. The ring of 7 teeth was now a spiral, tight, complex, no longer symmetrical. The teeth themselves were still embedded, but no longer uniform. One was clearly from a child, another, split, yellowed, ridged, resembled a predator's fang. No one admitted moving them. Second, the ship's engine failed, not from damage, but refusal. The engineers couldn't explain it. The machinery was intact, fuel lines were clear, but when the ignition key turned, the crankshaft rotated and stopped, as if something held it still. All attempts to restart failed until the artifact was lifted and temporarily moved off the vessel onto a floating barge. Third, the diver who found it had gone silent. Not mute, he could speak, but he refused. He sat in the engine room with his back to the object, hands folded, whispering in old Okinawan dialects, long forgotten by most of Japan. When pressed, he would only say one phrase again and again: "The gate in the teeth must not open." The authorities did not confiscate the object. They left it with the crew, believing it to be debris from an old Buddhist temple submerged during a quake, centuries prior. But within a week of return to port, a scholar from Kyoto was brought in to examine the piece. He studied it for hours, then requested complete silence. What he claimed to hear, faint, rhythmic, patterned, was breathing, not from the object, from within it. He leaned close, and for one moment, he said, he didn't see his own reflection in the stone's glossy surface, but another face entirely. A face with no skin, no jaw, only rows of pressed, mismatched teeth, and eyes so black they seemed to recede backward, infinitely. He collapsed. When he woke, he would no longer acknowledge the artifact. The object was placed in dry storage near Kochi port, where it remained untouched for 4 years. Eventually, a collector from Russia arranged a private acquisition through back channels. The artifact was sealed in lead and shipped overseas. It never arrived. The freight manifest confirms its loading. The ship Veliki Moor vanished 70 nautical miles off Hokkaido. Wreckage found years later showed no signs of struggle. No lifeboats were launched. But the hull's stern bore an imprint. Something melted into the steel. Not a symbol, not an impact, just teeth. Dozens, stamped across the rear quarter like the mouth of a god had bitten and pulled it down. Today, the warehouse record still lists the object under a single handwritten inventory line. Artifact 0A, possible entry, status undelivered, and in the margins of the form, a port official, clearly disturbed, scrawled one final note. Teeth are doors, the spiral tells when they open. In 1927, the Italian deep-sea research ship Ardente conducted a magnetic survey along the Ionian Sea, near the base of the Calypso Deep. Sponsored by the Accademia dei Lincei, its objective was relatively mundane: scan for tectonic anomalies and identify promising locations for future oceanic drilling. Yet on the 6th day of their mission, the crew recorded something wholly unanticipated: an artificial magnetic spike, consistent with heavy metals, sitting at a depth of 4,950 meters. The team lowered dredging nets equipped with reinforced steel cables and vibration sensors. What came up wasn't rock or wreckage, but a disc, roughly 2 feet wide, shaped like a stretched ellipse, smooth and mirror-like, with no inscriptions, rivets, or welds. When touched, it vibrated faintly, not a mechanical hum, but a tremble, like something alive resisting motion. It was cold at first, but then it began to warm, seemingly in response to proximity. The closer a person stood, the more the temperature rose. After a few hours in the open air, it began to spin, not rapidly, but imperceptibly, enough that dust slid off in perfect spirals. The scientists, curious but cautious, secured the artifact in a shock-proof container and brought it into the observation chamber. For the first 12 hours, it remained inert. But then, at precisely 3:33 a.m., something changed. One of the linguists aboard, Professor Ciro Venditti, was reviewing his notes nearby when he heard a sound, a low chime, sustained, like glass being tapped underwater. The rest of the crew heard nothing. The artifact, meanwhile, had begun vibrating again, this time producing fine ripples in the metal table it sat upon. Venditti leaned closer, watching the surface of the disc. His eyes widened, then he vomited, not from nausea, from disorientation. He claimed the surface had ceased to reflect the room around it. Instead, it now displayed a deep void, no texture, no form, only layers of lightless color, like a wound in perception. At the very center, a spiral slowly turned, not drawn, but embedded into the reality of the image. Venditti spent the next several days transcribing what he believed was information, not hallucination, not language. A cascade of pattern logic, ratios, mirrored vectors, and numerical sequences with irrational values. Most of his notes were incoherent, but one recurring pattern kept emerging, an equation containing a term never seen before in physics. He labeled it I sub azoth, a placeholder for a dimensionless value that when plotted on paper formed a closed loop, then inverted itself inward, collapsing on its own center. Venditti began refusing food. He spoke less and less, instead spending hours with the disc in its case, whispering words that didn't belong to any tongue, not even Latin. The rest of the team grew uneasy. Several demanded the object be thrown overboard, but their lead physicist argued it had too much potential for study. Their argument ended when the ship's lights shut off, all at once. Total blackout, no wind, no waves. Then the Ardente began to drift, not with the current, but against it. The engines remained off, the anchor held, but for 4 straight hours, the vessel moved in a slow spiral across dead water. Compasses spun erratically. The stars above shifted unnaturally, as if the sky itself had begun to tilt. When power returned, Venditti was gone. His coat and shoes remained, folded neatly beside the artifact. His notes were burned, every page in his cabin turned to ash, but etched onto the wall, carved deep into the steel with something impossibly sharp, was a single spiral, 12 concentric loops ending in an eye, slashed vertically. The artifact no longer spun, it had gone cold again. The team attempted to deliver it to Palermo for further analysis, but during transfer the container cracked. The metal beneath had begun to corrode outward, not from rust, but from within, imploding in fine geometric flakes, like a collapsing shell. Within 3 days, the disc had turned to dust. No one could explain it. Its ashes were placed into a vacuum-sealed vial. That vial was locked in a lead crate, and buried in a university vault. No one dared study it again. But in 1989, during renovations at the institute, a student opened the vault by mistake. The crate had corroded. The vial was gone. In its place was a sheet of aluminum foil, crumpled and smooth. On its surface, drawn in condensation, was a familiar shape, a spiral, with 13 loops this time. No one has opened that room since. In the winter of 1932, the Soviet expedition ship, Kosmolyot 6, ventured into the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, a hostile stretch of ocean where the Pacific Plate dives beneath the Okhotsk Plate, forming one of the deepest and most tectonically violent marine regions on Earth. The mission, publicly framed as a geological survey, was in truth a classified operation under the Soviet Academy of Sciences. A new seismic reading, intercepted via undersea cable arrays near Petropavlovsk, suggested a cavity at impossible depth, one that echoed differently than the stone around it, as if hollow or not stone at all. Using a deep-water dragline reinforced with doubled titanium weave, the crew began slow dredging along the trench wall, targeting the coordinates from the anomaly. The pressure was immense. By the 4th hour, 3 of the winches had failed, but on the 6th hour, the net broke surface, and in it, tangled in lengths of translucent kelp, was a box. Not man-made, not natural, something between. It was hexagonal, featureless, and dark as inkstone, just over 1 meter long, with no seams, no hinges, and no visible mechanism to open or close it. The material was neither wood, metal, nor stone. It registered no thermal reading. Water didn't bead off it. It simply vanished upon contact. They brought it aboard and placed it in a sealed observation chamber. For the first 12 hours, nothing occurred. Then the dreams began. First reported by one of the crew engineers, then the communications officer, and then the captain himself. The dreams all shared 3 details: a noise like churning stone, a structure of infinite downward stairs, and a presence that stared from behind a wall of black teeth. Each crew member described walking toward a door with no light behind it, hearing whispering not in words, but in pulses, a rhythm that entered their blood and refused to leave. The ship's medic was the first to attempt suicide. Then the box began to emit sound. It was low, not audible through air, but perceptible in the body. Teeth ached, bones rang. The sound arrived in the gut, in the chest, and left a taste of copper. Equipment began to fail. Dials spun, ink bled from notebooks, and watch crystals cracked simultaneously across the vessel. Under orders from Moscow, the crew attempted to open the box using hydraulic arms. The claws snapped. Diamond-tipped saws left no scratch. But on the 2nd day, it opened on its own. No mechanism activated. No lid moved. One moment it was closed. The next it was not. Inside was a void. Not black, not dark, but absent. A hollow of space that registered no depth, no reflection, no edge. A flashlight beam entered, and did not return. One sailor, reaching too close, claimed he felt his name begin to vanish from his memory. Not his face, not his past, his name, the idea of it, unraveled like twine. He forgot what he was called, and could not hear it when spoken aloud. His identity returned only when he was physically removed from the chamber. They closed the box, or rather they looked away, and when they looked back, it was shut again. By day 5, 4 of the ship's officers had experienced full psychological collapse. The captain began writing in Cyrillic, then in mirror script, then in a language no one aboard could read. He scrawled it across the walls, in his logbook, on his own skin. Translations were attempted decades later, and found to contain no known linguistic root, only mathematical ratios and harmonic vibrations. Some believe it was notation, not language. Others believe it was invitation. Moscow ordered the Cosmolyot 6 to return, but the box never made it to the mainland. Just north of the Kamchatka Peninsula, the ship reported one final transmission, static interspersed with a tone, repeated 5 times, followed by a single word in clear Russian, listening. The vessel never arrived. A year later, portions of its hull were found floating near Bering Island, charred, twisted, warped as if folded in immense pressure, and then released. No bodies, no cargo, but one crate was recovered. It was sealed, untouched, unmarked. When opened by researchers, it contained only a single object, a mirror, circular, with no backing. The reflection inside was pitch black, not reflective, but respondent. When moved, it did not reflect the person holding it, but someone else. Someone standing behind them, always behind, always closer than before. The mirror now rests in a private collection, inaccessible to the public, but its surface occasionally fogs, even in dry air, as though something inside it is still breathing. And in the log of the captain, retrieved from a sealed tin box found at sea, the final sentence reads, "It was not a box, it was a hole in understanding." In 1937, the Royal Oceanographic Society dispatched a classified post-expedition study to a medical institute in Wales. It contained one subject, a man who had not spoken since the retrieval of a deep-sea object from the mid-Atlantic ridge. The file was slim, just 3 pages, and one photograph, taken under dim red lighting. The image was blurred, not from motion, but from an unplaceable distortion around the man's face. It was described as a ripple, like heat-warped air, but on the print itself, the back of the photo bore a single phrase, in smudged ink. He brought something back, but not in his hands. His name was Gareth Lloyd, a sonar technician aboard the HMS Cordwain. The vessel had been tasked with laying transatlantic cable relays when they encountered a signal. Not a marine creature, not static, but a pulse, rhythmic, layered like a choral chant, repeating every 7 seconds. Lloyd isolated the sound, ran it through filters, and discovered beneath the audible range a secondary signal, a voice. He played it through the ship's loudspeakers. Within 5 minutes, 3 crew members had bleeding ears. Another passed out. Lloyd, who had stood directly beside the output amplifier, remained untouched. He just stared, smiled slightly, and then said nothing for the next 29 years. What followed has never been formally acknowledged by the Admiralty, but according to an internal memo from 1942, recovered decades later, under the UK Freedom of Information Act, the Cordwain was struck by a brief, but violent, electrical surge that killed power across the vessel. Instruments bent inward, like drawn toward the signal's origin. When they brought the relay cable back up, they discovered a length missing, not broken, not cut, but unspooled, pulled, as if something had taken it downward. Lloyd returned home in silence. He never showed signs of physical illness. He aged normally, but the phenomena around him were wrong. Photos of him never developed clearly. Radios in his home would sometimes hum even when unplugged. On more than one occasion, guests complained of feeling watched, though Lloyd lived entirely alone. In 1950, his house was condemned due to structural failure, not because of disrepair, but because the walls had begun to warp inward. The wooden beams curved, subtly but unmistakably, toward a central point in the upstairs study. Floorboards followed suit, and in the center of that room was a single wooden chair. Gareth sat there daily, staring at a blank wall, for hours. Psychiatrists brought in to evaluate him recorded a disturbing trend. They experienced shared dreams after sessions, visions of submerged corridors, endless and lit from below, with frames of bone and flickering shadows moving without motion. All dreams ended the same way, a single knock behind them. But when they turned, they woke up. Lloyd died in 1966, still silent. No funeral was held, His body showed no signs of disease, but an autopsy revealed something unexpected. His inner ears had calcified completely, as if he had adapted to a pressure far greater than sea level. His eyes, though clouded, reflected light, like those of deep-sea fish. In the months after his death, all paper records from the Cordwain mission were transferred to a black archive under naval seal. But one final note, written by the doctor who certified his death, remains public. It was not included in the medical file, but left in a personal journal. It read, "I don't think Gareth heard something. I think he answered, and I think it's still listening through him." To this day, in the National Library of Wales, that photograph, blurred beyond recognition, still fogs beneath its protective glass, even in temperature-controlled silence. And more disturbingly, once every year, exactly on the date of Lloyd's death, a low-frequency signal is picked up by underwater microphones along the Atlantic ridge, 7 seconds apart. No source, no echo, just the same, repeating message, and no one is brave enough to play it out loud anymore. In the spring of 1941, amidst the escalating terror of World War II, the Portuguese trawler Nossa Senhora da Sombra, a rusting vessel conscripted for naval auxiliary work, was redirected from the coast of Madeira to the open sea, following strange reports from merchant ships navigating the Azores Plateau. These vessels weren't disappearing, they weren't even delayed, but their crews all returned, changed. They spoke of white patches in the sea, not foam, not plankton, but perfectly circular zones of water that looked bleached, as though something had stripped the pigment from the ocean itself. Within these circles, sound behaved differently. Voices echoed in the wrong direction, machinery failed, and most disturbingly, sailors heard tapping, not inside the hulls of their ships, but within their own skulls, rhythmic and deliberate. The Nossa Senhora da Sombra was tasked with investigating. Its crew of 22 men, hardened fishermen turned wartime sailors, set out in silence. They didn't speak much of what they were looking for. Most believed it to be an enemy submarine, or a sunken minefield. What they found instead was something they brought back. On the 5th day, in waters colder than expected, and skies unusually still, the crew spotted a perfect circle in the ocean, 10 meters across, pale as milk, the water dead still, despite gentle swells all around. They stopped, lowered sensors, lowered nets. What they hauled up wasn't a creature. It was a shell, nearly a meter across, shaped like a nautilus, but pitch black and pulsing faintly with a light that seemed to move through its veins rather than reflect on its surface. It was hollow. The opening at its spiral center led into a tunnel just wide enough for a child's arm. It made no sound. It stank faintly of ozone and salt. They stored it in a reinforced catch locker. That night, the first man heard the knocking. Not on the hull, not on the locker, but from beneath his bunk. 3 soft raps. When he turned on the light, nothing. But beneath his mattress, seaweed had begun to grow. Wet, coiled, fresh. By morning 5 others reported dreams of a spiraling corridor where something moved by standing still, present in every frame but never seen directly. One man vomited black water. Another suffered a nosebleed that wouldn't stop for hours. A third tried to carve the same symbol into the mast, a spiral within a spiral, drawn backwards, then crossed out with 6 deliberate slashes. On the 7th day, the shell began to pulse audibly, a slow clicking rhythm, like a clock missing every 4th tick. Then one man collapsed, screaming, hands clamped to his skull. He had been trying to tune the radio, and claimed the frequency had suddenly resolved into speech, not in Portuguese, not in German, but in something that made sense only when he didn't think about it. When asked to repeat it, he began to sob. "You can't say it with a tongue," he said. "You can only say it by changing." They attempted to throw the shell back. It floated. They tried again, further out. Still it floated, turning gently in the moonlight, facing its mouth toward the ship like an ear pressed against a wall. One sailor, overcome with terror, struck it with an axe. The axe blade snapped, the haft turned soft, and the sailor went blind in one eye. Not from injury, his pupil vanished, gone, as if erased with a cloth. The captain ordered the shell locked in the furnace. It did not burn. It glowed faintly, then turned the surrounding coal to a gelatinous sludge. A mechanic trying to remove it was found hours later curled beneath the lifeboats, whispering a word that none of them recognized, but that every man instinctively knew not to repeat. When the ship returned to port, the shell had gone silent, but the sound never stopped. The crew were scattered, reassigned, or discharged. No reports filed, no mentions made, but within 6 months, 5 of the 22 men were dead, 3 from aneurysms, 1 by suicide, 1 drowned in his own home, no water source discovered. The remaining crew, when interviewed much later, shared the same story. The sound followed them, not constant, just now and then, a soft knocking in the night, a click beneath the sink, a pulse between heartbeats, always in 3, always from below, and always followed by a dream of a corridor that spiraled downward, forever. The shell was never recovered, but in 2003, a team scanning near the same plateau detected a signal, slur-layered, and pulsing in an oddly familiar pattern. When the frequency was decoded, it showed 3 sharp peaks, then silence, then a final pulse, then knock, knock. In the summer of 1954, a marine biology expedition, sponsored by the Danish government, set off from the port of Aalborg aboard the MSS Vandren. Its mission was to chart unexplored regions of the Norwegian Sea, particularly an unusual area near the Jan Mayen fracture zone, where fish migration patterns had inexplicably halted for nearly 2 decades. The charts described this region as lifeless, silent, too cold, too deep, a dead trench. It was exactly where they found the print. The sonar had detected something solid on the sea floor, long, continuous, and oddly symmetrical. At first the crew believed it to be a natural ridge or fissure, but as they approached via remote camera, that assumption vanished. The feed revealed a perfect indentation, over 40 meters long, curving in on itself, like the path of a massive, coiled creature. But there was no creature, just the negative space, pressed so deeply into the seabed that it had compacted the mud into stone. They called it Sporit af Dender, the track of the dead. What unsettled them most was not its scale or depth, but its freshness. The seabed around it was flat, silted, ancient, but the print was crisp, clean, its edges unworn by time or tide. No sediment had begun to settle within. It was as if the creature had moved through only hours before their arrival, or had never left at all. They lowered core samplers to collect material from the deepest part of the indentation. Inside the tubes, they expected marine clay, sand, or sediment. Instead, they retrieved something soft, grey-blue and elastic, not quite organic, not mineral either. When dissected aboard the ship, it gave off a bitter chemical odor and released a vapor that burned the lungs. One technician collapsed, another suffered a seizure and had to be restrained. The sample was sealed and preserved in a vacuum container. It was sent back to a university lab in Copenhagen. But that's where the real story begins. In the weeks following the expedition's return, the container was placed in a secure refrigeration unit. Twice, staff reported hearing something ticking, softly, like a faulty circuit, coming from inside the sealed canister. When it was opened for study under a chemical hood, the vapor returned, less concentrated this time, but something else had changed. The tissue was no longer grey. It had turned clear, with fine black fibers branching within it, like veins or roots. A lab assistant noted that under light, the structure inside seemed to move, not twitch or spasm, but reorient itself, slowly to face whatever light source was introduced. The sample was cut into cross-sections and studied under a microscope. What they saw was not muscle, not bone, but patterned structure, a cellular lattice, so organized it resembled a printed circuit board, with tiny nodules that blinked faintly when exposed to oxygen. Several researchers insisted the nodules were reacting to observation itself, as if the act of looking fed it something it wanted. Then the growth began. The slices, kept in sterilized petri dishes, began to expand. Not grow new cells, not divide, just extend. The outer edges curled up and outward, thickening like gelatinous fines. One sample cracked the glass, Another slithered off the table entirely. Security footage from the lab showed nothing unusual, until the camera's lens briefly fogged from inside, and when it cleared, the sample was gone. It was later found pressed against the interior of a refrigerator door, stuck to the inside, facing outward, as if trying to see through. The lab was shut down within a week, but the final report, declassified in 1997, included notes from one of the scientists who had refused to leave until every trace of the substance was incinerated. She noted that while the remaining samples were being destroyed, she caught a final image under a microscope. It showed not lattice, not fibers, but a shape, spiral, coiled, not unlike the imprint at the bottom of the Norwegian Sea. And worse, she saw something emerge in the center, a small faint spot, dark, shifting, reflective, like an eye. In her last footnote, she wrote, "We found its footprint, but that was never just sediment. It shed something behind, and it's growing." 2 years later, a new expedition to the same site reported the trench had deepened, not by erosion, by pressure, as if something larger had passed by and circled back. In 1968, a U.S. Navy oceanographic research vessel, the USNS Eltonin, was charting the southern Pacific Ocean when it received a sonar return, unlike anything previously logged in maritime history. The object was stationary, submerged near the Antarctic convergence zone, and radiated no acoustic profile of its own, no whale song, no mechanical churn, no tectonic rumbles, just a blank. A negative zone, as though the sea itself refused to echo in that direction. They logged the coordinates, they lowered cameras, and what they recorded was a structure that should not have existed. It wasn't a shipwreck or a geological formation. The black and white footage showed a metallic array, partially buried in the sediment, a grid of vertical rods, each evenly spaced, each tipped with spherical nodules that gleamed even through the grainy film. No corrosion, no biological growth, no marine life near it at all. The area around the object was dead. Still, the footage was sent back for analysis. Several scientists dismissed it as sonar equipment dropped by mistake. But one engineer, recently discharged from a top-secret Cold War project, recognized the configuration. He had seen it before, in a classified research paper on theoretical time dilation in fluidic vacuums. Against Navy orders, the Eltonin returned to the site 6 months later. What they found was not the same. The grid was gone. In its place, a deep, perfectly circular hole in the seabed, a crater not caused by impact, but by withdrawal, as though something had simply lifted out of the earth. The walls of the hole shimmered unnaturally. The water above it vibrated, not visibly, but perceptibly. Divers who entered the area began to feel disoriented, as if space itself had tilted. Then the clocks failed, not stopped, failed. Each onboard timepiece began to desynchronize. Watches spun forward, cameras malfunctioned, radio transmissions looped on delay, with voices heard before they were spoken. One crew member swore he saw himself walk across the deck, and then a few seconds later, actually did. More disturbing, one diver never returned, but when the tapes from his helmet feed were reviewed, the recording ended 13 minutes before he entered the water. The Navy ordered the crew to leave the site. They complied, but before departure, they dropped a deep-sea marker, stamped with titanium coordinates, and time-stamped for precise logging. That marker was recovered 12 years later by a Chilean research team over 400 kilometers away. It was untouched by corrosion. It bore the same timestamp, but the material, when tested, showed isotopic anomalies, suggesting it had been exposed to zero aging, not slowed, but stopped, as if time had simply refused to pass in its presence. Back in the States, a physicist named Dr. Harold Emerson was tasked with reconstructing the object seen in the original Eltonin footage. Using frame-by-frame enhancement and sonar echoes, he created a 3D model of the structure. It was not just a grid, it was a clock, a mechanical device, unpowered, that had no moving parts, but when overlaid with the Earth's rotational speed and axial tilt, pointed precisely to a 3-day window in 2032. No explanation, no mechanism, just a date, and one handwritten note by Emerson, later found in his personal journal. It wasn't measuring time, it was remembering it. In 1979, he vanished. No body, no note, no struggle. Just an open front door, and every clock in his house, wristwatches, microwaves, antique wind-ups, all frozen at 3:11 a.m. The original Elton footage was later declassified in the 1990s. It gained brief attention among conspiracy theorists and fringe researchers, many of whom pointed to one unsettling detail, missed by most analysts. In the final frame before the camera cuts out, one of the metal rods, just one, appears to be bending slightly, as though reacting to the presence of the camera, or following it. The site has never been found again. Multiple attempts to revisit the location failed. Sonar returns are blank. GPS signals scramble. The sea has rewritten the space. But in certain oceanographic archives, the file still exists. Footage labeled only as Object R13, accompanied by a map with a single sentence printed across the top in red military stencil. Temporal disruption classified. Do not attempt recovery. And buried deep in the metadata of the final sonar log, visible only when decrypted, using a Cold War cipher, are the last words recorded by the expedition commander. We went looking for a shape in the sea, but what we found was the sea remembering something that never should have happened. In 1974, a Soviet hydroacoustic surveillance array stationed in the Barents Sea intercepted a repeating transmission that defied classification. It originated not from a satellite, aircraft, or submarine, but from below, deep below. The signal was faint, wrapped in distortion, and only audible when played in reverse at half speed. The message, once decoded by linguist Yelena Prokhorova, did not contain words, only a sequence of numbers, repeated with mechanical precision. 76.2241 degrees N, 34.8871 degrees N. The coordinates pointed to a stretch of cold ocean northeast of Kola Peninsula, known for its fierce storms and magnetic anomalies. The Soviet Navy authorized an immediate investigation under the guise of a routine seismic survey. On board the Arsal V. Minaya, an elite crew was dispatched to pinpoint the origin. The coordinates led them to open water. Nothing floated, no shipwreck, no islands, but their sonar revealed something unnaturally symmetrical on the seafloor. A concave depression, exactly 170 meters in diameter, perfectly circular. The edges rose at a 33-degree angle, steep enough to suggest engineering, not erosion. They deployed submersible probes. One reached the bottom, and its camera feed died 47 seconds after transmission began. But in that brief time, it captured an image that sent the crew into stunned silence. It showed a symbol, massive, etched into the seafloor, formed from dozens of trenches that spiraled outward from a central chamber. The grooves were too perfect for natural formation. They intersected at intervals that matched the Fibonacci sequence, and their ends terminated at hollows, each containing a black stone, placed upright. The shape of the symbol did not match any known alphabet or iconography, but to several crew members, it felt familiar, a shape seen in dreams, in old memories, or in patterns that had no origin. One scientist described it as a sigil older than form, remembered by matter, not mind. The stone at the very center was unlike the others, taller, tapered to a needle point, and it was glowing, faint but unmistakably alive with internal movement, as if thousands of filaments swirled inside it in slow spiral motion. They never retrieved it. The moment the second submersible attempted to descend, a violent tremor struck the vessel, though no other ships in the region felt anything. Instruments overloaded. A pressure wave struck the hull, though the sea above was glass smooth. The mission was aborted. They returned to Murmansk with the footage sealed under military clearance. But the coordinates continued. Over the next 8 years, similar transmissions were intercepted, not just in the Barents, but from listening stations in Alaska, Greenland, and even Australia. Always the same numbers, always whispered, never loud, never asking, just calling. In 1983, a British ship, the HMS Durance, en route to Iceland, reported an anomalous error in its navigation system. The ship veered off course, not violently, not chaotically, but subtly, drifted without wind. Current moved against physics, guiding the vessel directly to those same coordinates. The captain, suspecting sabotage or electromagnetic interference, dropped anchor just shy of the grid location. Divers were sent down, only one returned. He was unable to speak for 3 days. When he did, he only said one thing, over and over. It's listening for someone who remembers. The others were never found. In his wetsuit pocket was a single stone, black, needle-pointed, not native to the region. It registered no magnetic field, no carbon trace, no signature on the mineral index. But when dropped in salt water, it always turned to face north. It's currently locked in a Faraday cage at a private institution in Oslo. Every year, on the same day the original coordinates were first received, it begins to vibrate softly, not constantly.
Just once.
At 1:13 a.m. And in 2004, during a sonar mapping expedition, funded by an oceanographic institute in Reykjavik, a researcher plotted the original trench coordinates across a globe using polar projection. The spiral formed a larger pattern. It pointed to 6 more unknown coordinates, 5 of them deep ocean trenches, and the 6th wasn't in the ocean at all. It was buried beneath Antarctica's ice shelf. In 1987, a joint scientific expedition between Japan and France, codenamed Project Jardin, attempted what no civilian team had done before: a descent into a newly discovered branch of the Mariana Trench, charted only months prior by deep satellite sonar and marked by a distinct linear crevice, almost 4 kilometers long. This trench, unlike the others surrounding it, did not appear on any older topographic scans, even those less than 2 years old. More than an oversight, this appeared to be an addition. A formation that either did not exist before or had not wished to be seen. The coordinates provided by the satellite scan, 11.299 degrees N, 142.199 degrees E, were confirmed by 2 Japanese mapping vessels. However, when a third vessel from the French team approached the location independently, their systems failed to find the trench. The ocean floor appeared unbroken. Their sonar returned blank. Only after receiving the exact coordinates by encrypted radio did their map suddenly render the formation. As if the trench only existed when you were told where to look, the French submersible, Cassiope, descended first. Equipped with a reinforced observation module, it carried 2 researchers, Dr. Laurent Poncet and Dr. Masaki Arai. Their last radio transmission was uneventful. Reaching trench wall, visibility limited, proceeding slowly. What followed was a 90-minute blackout. The submersible disappeared from sonar. No comms, no positioning beacon. Rescue preparations began. Just as the launch crew prepared to descend with a secondary vehicle, the Cassiopeia's signal reappeared, 1.3 kilometers from where it had entered, at a depth previously unrecorded in that sector. When recovered, both scientists were alive, but catatonic. Their faces were pale, eyes open, lips moving but making no sound. Inside the sub, every analog device had melted, dials warped, ink from journals smeared across the walls, as if they'd exploded from within. And in the center of the module's floor was something no one remembered bringing aboard: a sphere, black, smooth, no markings, roughly the size of a human heart. When removed from the chamber, the sphere began to pulse, not in light, but in heat. Waves of warmth radiated outward every 32 seconds, increasing slightly each time. A lab technician, who held it too long, suffered burns internally. His skin showed no damage, but scans revealed blistering along the lining of his esophagus and stomach, as if his body had attempted to digest something that was never there. Poncet never spoke again. Arai recovered briefly enough to draw a symbol before his death, a crude spiral composed of interlocked triangles, resembling the iconography of Polynesian navigation tattoos. But when cross-referenced with tribal records, no such symbol was ever used. The ink Arai used had no identifiable source. It faded within days, not like pigment, but like memory. The sphere itself was placed into cryogenic storage, and that's when the second anomaly occurred. One of the Japanese researchers reviewing the dive logs noticed a disturbing inconsistency. The coordinates of the trench, those given by satellite, had vanished from the archived map, not moved, not deleted, rewritten. The digital files showed a smooth seabed, no trench, no gap. Even the expedition's own backup drives had auto-corrected the site's location to a nearby, completely different sector of the ocean. It was as if the Earth itself refused to remember the place. But then came the photo. One single frame survived the corrupted camera roll, pulled from the damaged Cassiopeia unit weeks after the incident. It showed a wall of rock, smooth as porcelain, with markings etched into it in a deep spiral pattern. But that wasn't the most disturbing part. In the center of the image was a shape, not a creature, not an object, but a void, a shadow with no light source, floating above the seabed. It didn't blur the surroundings, it erased them, like something was placed atop the world's image, and hadn't yet been erased properly. Image analysis found no signs of manipulation, no camera artifact, just a blank colder than the frame around it by several degrees. One researcher, looking too long at the shape, reported auditory hallucinations. She claimed it whispered the same string of syllables, over and over. It's not where we found it, it's where it was waiting. The Mariana offshoot has since been erased from public charts. No mention appears in modern geological surveys. But each year, on the anniversary of the dive, a sonar ping is received at the original coordinates, only detectable when triangulated by 3 separate vessels. Each ping, when charted over time, forms a growing symbol, a spiral of interlocked triangles, still expanding. In the early hours of June 5, 1996, satellite imaging from both the European Space Agency and NOAA independently recorded a new landmass appearing in the southern Pacific, approximately 1,400 kilometers west of Easter Island. At 3:12 UTC, the satellite feed showed nothing but water. At 3:37 UTC, a cluster of cloud movement indicated sudden thermal uplift, and by 4:05, a dark mass, roughly 2.3 square kilometers wide, was visible above sea level. Not volcanic, no seismic activity registered, no ash plume, just there. Both agencies cross-checked with global positioning data and nautical maps. No record of any island, reef or elevation in that region existed. Even more bizarre, the coordinates it appeared at 26.0041 degrees S, 123.2110 degrees W, were long rumoured among Polynesian oral tradition to be the breathless waters, a place avoided by sailors, not due to storms or reefs, but for being too still. Within 18 hours, an emergency exploratory crew was launched from Tahiti, aboard the research vessel Terata Mahana, equipped with aerial drones, diving equipment, and sonar buoys. The team approached the island's location and found the reports were not only true, but worse. The island rose no more than 10 meters above sea level, circular in shape, and ringed with beaches composed not of sand, but crushed shell, white, porous and sharp, like something had been grinding the seafloor for centuries and spat it up in a single night. At its center was a black stone mound, flat-topped, wide and unnaturally smooth. From above, drone footage revealed concentric spirals embedded in the land, like tidal erosion, but radiating inward. They landed. The moment boots touched the shore, compasses failed, not spun, not fluctuated, stopped. Electromagnetic instruments returned random readings. GPS signals fractured. Watches slowed, ticking at uneven intervals. One diver submerged into the shallow ring of water between beach and inner mound. He emerged 5 minutes later, screaming in a language no one recognized. He died of dehydration the next morning, though he had been drinking water continuously. The crew collected samples from the black mound. Beneath the stone's surface they found embedded fossils, but not like any known marine specimens. These were large, complex, and featured spinal ridges far too elaborate for any verified sea creature. One appeared to have a ribcage in a figure-8 formation, with joints fused in deliberate, symmetrical pairs. Carbon dating failed entirely. The results returned infinite age, not unreadable, but refusing to even register. A geologist compared it to trying to date something that hadn't entered time yet. The stone itself, when struck, did not echo. It absorbed sound entirely. That night, while encamped on the beach, the team began to experience what they called memory loops. One by one, Each crew member reported sudden vivid recollections, not of their own lives, but of places they had never visited, languages they did not speak, and cities that didn't exist. A linguist on board began sketching symbols she claimed to have seen before, in a dream, on a wall, in a place that smelled like wet salt and burning copper. The symbols matched none in any known language group, except one. A researcher with knowledge of Linear A, the still undeciphered Minoan script, noticed that 3 of the symbols shared nearly identical shapes with those found on tablets recovered from deep-sea caves off Crete in 1935. The implication was clear. These weren't new, they were returning. On the 3rd night, the beach receded, not due to tide, but because the island's radius grew by 6 meters, without any geological activity recorded. The sea simply withdrew, as though giving it space. By morning, the spirals had changed, no longer evenly spaced, now angled, pointed, toward a specific bearing in the open ocean. The crew plotted the trajectory. It led not to land, but to an underwater mountain range previously considered dormant and lifeless. The mission was ordered to return. Satellite agencies prepared to issue a press statement, describing the island as a temporary volcanic anomaly. But before the ship reached Tahiti, all satellite views of the island ceased transmission. When they tried again, nothing. The island was gone. Where it had been, only water. The same water that had been there before, but a sonar reading conducted 1 hour later showed a new shape on the seabed below, a fossilized imprint of the spiral mound, set in stone like it had always been there, waiting for the sea to remember it. And strangest of all, a month later, a small fishing trawler off the coast of New Zealand hauled up a black stone from 700 meters below. It was smooth, heavy, and etched with the same triangle spiral symbol found in the Mariana Trench years earlier. Stamped into the underside were GPS coordinates. Eels Pyward were GPS coordinates. They matched the exact center of the vanished island. In 2007, a multinational research project, codenamed Seedlight, was initiated by the Global Oceanic Observation Directorate. Its goal to establish remote deep-sea listening stations across the Pacific and Southern Oceans, installations that could detect acoustic patterns, tectonic shifts, and possible indicators of previously uncharted hydrothermal vents. One of the last nodes to be deployed was designated Point C19, intended to rest at a depth of nearly 7,800 meters along a narrow trench south of the Galapagos Rift. The team aboard the RV Solstice was seasoned, the equipment newly calibrated, and the coordinates verified across 3 independent systems. Deployment began at 5:03 GMT. At 5:47, the submersible descended. At 6:12, contact was lost. No alarms, no distress signal, just a clean cutoff, as if the tether had been disconnected by a hand that didn't want to be noticed. Attempts to re-establish contact failed. Sonar pinged into silence. When the retrieval winch was activated, it pulled back the full cable, undamaged, intact, and ending in nothing. The submersible was gone. The official report marked it as a mechanical failure. The expedition turned back. And yet, 26 days later, the Seedlight command station in Lisbon received a shortwave burst. The frequency was unfamiliar, static layered with rhythmic interference, but the signal was traced to Point C19's last recorded location. What followed was a burst of raw data, encrypted using a cipher known only to Seedlight's core engineering team. The timestamp, dated 4 hours into the future. When decrypted, it revealed a simple list, 8 sets of coordinates, no explanation, no context, and at the bottom one final line in English, followed by 6 untranslatable glyphs. We didn't find it, it found us. Don't follow. The coordinates didn't match any mapped structures, not trenches, not ridges, not even tectonic anomalies. But what they did form, when plotted together, was something no one expected. A spiral. Not a random curve, but a perfect logarithmic spiral, mathematically precise, with the final point landing not in water, but 250 meters above sea level, in the Andes, at a site previously home to an Incan ceremonial plateau, one buried in a rock slide in the 1600s, and never fully excavated. The team dispatched to that mountaintop found nothing at first, just wind and scree, until they began to dig. Beneath 5 meters of debris, they found a stone, Basalt smooth, oval-shaped, marked with a faint radial spiral, identical to the one found in the Mariana imprint. When tapped, it vibrated, not in resonance, but with pattern. 7 clicks, then silence. 7 clicks, then silence. When recorded and slowed, the vibration revealed something horrifying. A message, identical to the one received via shortwave days before, and then, the impossible happened. At precisely 3:11 a.m., the Seedlight station received another burst, this time with a full audio file. Static, then the sound of ocean pressure, then the voice of a woman, calm, whispering, barely audible. "You didn't plant us, you're the soil." That voice was matched via archival database. It belonged to Dr. Elise Moreno, chief researcher aboard the RV Solstice, presumed dead 26 days prior. The message came from point C19, still unresolved, still unreachable, and the final GPS metadata, embedded within the file, revealed something even more unsettling. The signal had not originated from Earth's surface, but from 3.1 kilometers below it, in a layer of bedrock no vessel had ever reached, where no transmission should have been able to escape. And when the coordinates were analyzed on a multi-layered time-density projection, a new software still in its testing phase, it was discovered that they did not lie on any static geological feature. Instead, the signal had moved, just slightly, just enough, as if it was alive. The coordinates continue to shift, only by millimeters, only every few months, but always inward, always downward, spiraling into something no human system was meant to map. Some scientists believe they are watching a movement, others believe they are watching a mouth closing, and yet, every single update, every shift in the coordinates, ends with the same residual echo in the acoustic data, a pulse, faint, fading, but consistent. 7 clicks, then silence. 7 clicks, then silence again. But it's never final, because each year, without fail, the station at Seedlight receives a shortwave ping, with one new set of coordinates added to the spiral, always from somewhere deeper, and always just a little closer. To what? That is the question they no longer dare ask. In 2011, during an exploratory dive sponsored by the Norwegian Polar Institute, the deep-sea submersible Sundsvall descended into an unmapped trench northwest of Bouvet Island, a stretch of ocean often avoided due to erratic magnetic interference and mechanical malfunctions. The trench, carved like a wound into the continental shelf, was over 2,000 meters deeper than previously recorded estimates for the region, and showed signs of sudden catastrophic tectonic shifting, though no seismic activity had been logged for decades in the area. As the submersible reached 11,300 meters, the lights caught something embedded in a silty slope, something angular, pale, and rigid. The robotic arm retrieved what was first assumed to be a coral cluster or petrified kelp root, but back on the research vessel, as the object thawed in controlled conditions, it became clear this was no plant and no ordinary mineral formation either. It was a bone, but not just any bone. The structure had the curvature of a femur, yet lacked both the density and pattern of any known marine or terrestrial vertebrate. It was semi-translucent, its marrow channels honeycombed into recursive spirals, and its internal temperature consistently measured 2 degrees colder than the ambient room temperature, regardless of climate. Even when warmed with external heat, it absorbed only a fraction before reverting to its base chill, as though it carried an internal memory of the deep. The object was tested against every catalogued genetic marker known to science. No matches, no remnants of collagen, no protein decay, no mineral erosion. Instead, it exhibited a kind of pseudo-living stasis, its material hardened like ivory but resonating slightly under audio frequency scans. When exposed to ultra-low frequencies, those used in communication with whales and submarines, the bone responded with a vibration pattern that was not random. It hummed, not in music, but in rhythm, a pulse of 3 short reverberations, 1 long pause, and then a single heavy thrum. A linguist from Oslo University, brought in to analyze the pattern, noted that this mirrored ancient ritual drumming patterns used by Neolithic coastal tribes in Greenland, patterns replicated in burial songs and weather-calling ceremonies. But this bone had no right to exist, let alone echo human history. It wasn't alone. A month later, in a lab in Tromsø, under ultraviolet lighting, the surface of the bone revealed faint etchings invisible to the naked eye. Not carvings, not inscriptions, growth patterns in the shape of geometric spirals, intersecting triangles and symmetrical grids. They didn't follow any known biological blueprint. A marine biologist, after hours of staring into the shape, left the facility and never returned. Her apartment, found days later, was filled with hand-drawn spirals, over 4,000 of them, each identical, each drawn by hand on pages of notebooks, walls and mirrors. The bone was sealed in a vacuum case. For a time that seemed enough, until it began to move. Not shift or roll, but hum again, this time without external sound, vibrating against the glass every evening at 2:16 a.m. Always precisely timed, always accompanied by a faint sulphurous odor that had no source within the chamber. A security camera placed to monitor the object failed nightly during the pulse, the footage replaced with frames of static. One technician described the sound, not as noise, but as remembering felt from the inside of your spine. The case was moved to a deeper facility. 2 weeks later, it cracked the glass. No one had touched it. The logs were clear. The room was sealed, the sensors intact, but the glass was split down the center, not from pressure, but as if something inside had pushed outward with surgical focus. A geneticist later discovered trace isotopes on the fragment's edge, elements not found on Earth, or at least not found in current conditions. One matched a theorized mineral once believed to exist only during the formation of early planetary crusts, materials born in pre-oxygen environments, possibly of extraterrestrial or pre-terrestrial origin. But this wasn't a meteorite. This was bone, and it had grown here, or it had grown somewhere, and come back. And then, one final clue. An ancient whalebone relic housed in a Sami cultural museum, believed to be carved centuries ago as a ritual hunting charm, was examined out of coincidence by a visiting researcher who had seen the Sundsvall sample. When scanned under the same frequency tests, it hummed back, the same exact rhythm. It had always been humming, just never in a way we knew how to listen to. And somewhere, beneath the crust of the trench where it was found, sonar continues to register hollow pockets, not caves, not vents, but empty chambers, too symmetrical, too evenly spaced, like ribs. In 2014, a commercial deep-sea dredging operation off the coast of Western Australia was halted after workers discovered an object tangled in one of the trawler's sediment excavation nets. Initially dismissed as fossilized driftwood, the find was reported only because of its weight, far too heavy for its size, with an oddly consistent curvature that resisted all attempts to break or cut through. When cleaned, it became unmistakably clear, a skull, but one that didn't fit into any known lineage, not primate, not cetacean, not reptilian, not even avian, or fish. The specimen was roughly the size of a human child's skull, but longer, almost serpentine in contour, with a forehead ridge that stretched backwards into a sweeping arc, and a jaw that split in two, laterally. Instead of a single mandible, it opened in 4 overlapping segments, not unlike certain species of deep-sea eels. But it wasn't just the mouth that disturbed those who examined it. It was the ears, not external, but internal sockets. 6 of them, arranged along the sides of the skull in a stacked spiral. CT scans revealed dense labyrinthine channels running through the cranial bone itself, engineered to funnel, filter, and amplify sound waves from vastly different frequency ranges, both far above and far below the human auditory spectrum. This creature, whatever it had been, was not merely hearing its surroundings, it was interpreting them, decoding them, possibly even responding. A comparative biologist from the University of Queensland remarked that the cochlear structure bore no resemblance to anything in the fossil record. It's not just alien to evolution, she said. It's as if this thing evolved to hear something that hasn't spoken in a very, very long time, or maybe never stopped speaking. The skull had no clear place of origin. Dredged from a silt-heavy zone, it carried no identifying sediment layers, no matching geological fingerprints. Yet trace deposits in the porous bone matched those found only in a handful of the oldest deep trenches on Earth, places with no light, no fish, no history of life, but known for bizarre anomalies in sonar readings and magnetic flux. Worse still was the discovery that it wasn't a fossil. The carbon dating came back shockingly recent, no more than 4,000 years old. That shouldn't have been possible. Bone that deep under that pressure, in those conditions, should have disintegrated or transformed entirely into mineral over millennia. But this skull had endured, intact, unbroken, as if it had been deliberately placed there, and protected, held in stasis or hidden until some shift brought it within reach. Acoustic resonance testing began shortly thereafter. When exposed to controlled frequency sweeps, the skull didn't merely vibrate, it responded. The inner cavities resonated with harmonic feedback, producing frequencies that weren't part of the test range. At first this was assumed to be equipment error, but repeated testing under strict isolation revealed the same pattern again and again. The skull wasn't just reacting, it was translating. When one technician introduced an ultra-low frequency ping, a signal modeled after certain whale songs recorded near the Antarctic shelf, the skull began to hum in what could only be described as structured reply. Not echo, not noise, but an independent sound signature with modulation, rise, and fall. It hummed back 7 times, then stopped. When another frequency was introduced, this one mimicking the inaudible pulses detected near point C19 from earlier expeditions, the skull vibrated violently, cracking the acrylic case it was housed in and emitting a shrill whistle that shattered 2 overhead bulbs and ruptured a microphone diaphragm. From that day on, the researchers kept it in isolation, but the damage had already begun to unravel what they thought they understood. Every digital recording of the skull's internal shape, 3D renders, scans, even hand-drawn models, began to suffer data corruption. Files saved overnight were blank by morning. Hard drives containing the images would overheat. The only complete render, printed onto physical acetate for archival reasons, began to curl inward like burnt paper, despite no exposure to heat. And then the dreams started. Researchers who had spent time with the skull, especially those who'd listened during testing, reported vivid recurring visions of a colossal spiral structure deep underwater, spinning not mechanically, but with living motion. Within the spiral, they saw openings, mouths, cavities shaped like the skull itself, hundreds of them, arranged like cathedral choir seats, pointed toward a vast central void, and they all were listening. One linguist, who had previously worked with extinct indigenous dialects from the Pacific Islands, claimed the spiral structure in her dream wasn't merely alive, it was praying. She awoke repeating a phrase she didn't know, but matched ancient Polynesian oral fragments. Koti teringa oti mana, hi mia wakarongo, kara, ite monia. Roughly translated, the ear of the sea, it listens, but it does not know. The skull now resides, sealed in titanium, at a classified biological facility in Tasmania. No further testing is allowed. But once each month, precisely at midnight UTC, a new frequency is detected by a distant hydrophone array, located more than 5,000 kilometers away in the southern Indian Ocean. It matches the skull's final recorded hum, identical in pitch, duration, and sequence. 7 pulses, then silence, and then, sometimes, a faint reverberation that no one has yet decoded. But one acoustic engineer, who insists it's more than just sound, calls it by another name. It's not a skull, he says. It's a beacon, a bone-shaped invitation. In August of 2019, a deep-sea mineral survey operation, sponsored by a multinational energy conglomerate, dispatched the drilling vessel Chronovision to a rarely traversed stretch of the South Pacific, near the Louisville Ridge, an underwater volcanic chain extending over 4,300 kilometers, largely unexplored due to its turbulent pressure systems and unpredictable fault lines. At a depth of nearly 9,400 meters, where the water turns into a suffocating abyss of shadow and supercooled stillness, one of the vessel's sediment cores came back with something it should not have. First mistaken for manganese incrustation, the long, curved object embedded in the mud core was retrieved and cleaned. It was dense, pale, and pitted with strange hexagonal indentations. After further inspection under microscopy, it was confirmed a bone, a rib, in fact. But it wasn't just long, it was massive, measuring nearly 2.7 meters end to end, with a tapering hook at one end and a cracked notch at the other. Its internal structure bore organic filament channels, suggesting it once carried blood, but the twist was that the channels were filled not with marrow, but with crystallized mineral that didn't match any known compound found in biological organisms. Initial speculation leaned toward a deformed whale fossil, possibly ancient, possibly a new species, but that theory didn't survive contact with the rest of the data. First, the rib had a surface texture, unlike any known marine vertebrate. It shimmered faintly under polarized light, and contained what researchers called cross-spectrum fibers, invisible under visible light, but forming distinct patterns under UV, infrared, and X-ray fluorescence. Those fibers created interlaced spirals, etched into the bone itself, not like growth rings, but like instructions, almost as if the bone wasn't grown, but constructed by something with knowledge of geometry, far beyond anything natural selection would favor. Second, the curvature of the rib did not align with a traditional mammalian thoracic structure. Modeling software reconstructed a theoretical cage based on the piece's arc, and the resulting prediction was staggering. The creature, if it followed this pattern, would have had a chest cavity over 35 meters wide, with a vertical compression allowing for extreme pressure resistance. But here's where the data turned haunting. The curvature wasn't symmetrical. The rib had grown in a tight inward spiral, not outward like a whale's, but inward, as if coiling around something central. Some hypothesized a protective mechanism. Others wondered if it wasn't a rib at all, but part of a containment organ, designed to protect, not lungs, but something else. Something possibly not organic. Something housed. Then came the internal analysis. Deep in the bone's mineral lattice, researchers found crystalline memory patterns, molecular imprints often associated with prolonged exposure to consistent rhythmic vibrations. In human terms, it was like a black box flight recorder, etched into organic material, and when exposed to scanning acoustic tomography, those patterns returned a complex waveform. It wasn't noise, it was structured, a resonant harmonic, repeating at precise intervals. So precise, in fact, that one engineer matched it to an archaic frequency schema, one used in early underwater sonar experiments conducted by the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Experiments allegedly intended to detect hidden voids beneath the ocean floor. Except this frequency wasn't created by humans. It had been absorbed by the bone. Further complicating things, sediment from the ribs surrounding mud contained traces of organic compounds, typically found only in hydrothermal vent systems, but none were within 600 kilometers of the dig site. Moreover, the dating process returned something unprecedented. The bone was less than 800 years old, not fossilized, not ancient, not dead long enough to belong to the myths it seemed to carry. The Chronobastion's captain ordered the rib secured in a lead-lined container for transport to a lab in Auckland, but the team never made it back. 36 hours later, a distress call was picked up by a fishing vessel off the coast of Tonga. The Chronobastion was found adrift, powerless, silent, no crew, no bodies, no damage. Every hard drive aboard had been magnetically wiped. The rib was gone. All that remained was a handwritten note found in the central lab, written in a language no one recognized. But linguists from the University of Otago cross-referenced it with symbols found on a cluster of petroglyphs near Lake Taupo, ancient spiral motifs associated with Maori legends of gods that came from beneath the sea, and taught people how to hear the stones speak. And yet the final word in the note, once deciphered, needed no translation. Listening. To this day, the bone has never resurfaced. But near the Louisville Ridge, the ocean floor now hums faintly, just below sonar sensitivity, with the same frequency the rib once held. And if you chart that vibration spread over time, the signal is growing, spreading outward from a central spiral point beneath the sea. Something enormous left those bones behind. And whatever it was, it's not finished speaking. In August of 2020, a Japanese submarine drone, part of a deep-sea thermal vent monitoring program funded by JAMSTEC, was dispatched to the Izu, Bonin, Mariana Arc. The Project Mizu Kai was meant to map the crustal thinning along the subduction zone and analyze how microbial life clusters around high-heat fissures. But what the drone found wasn't biological. It wasn't even geological. It was architectural. Roughly 6,900 meters below sea level, along a fault line previously thought too unstable for any form of sediment preservation, the drone's sonar pinged against flat surfaces, rows of right angles and depressions, shaped not by collapse, but by design. At first, researchers assumed it was natural tessellation, a phenomenon where lava cools into structured shapes. But upon closer approach, the drone's floodlights revealed something staggering: a stone formation, covered in sediment and coral, shaped like an open doorway, 14 feet tall, standing upright and embedded into a shallow slope. Around it were 3 smaller thresholds, partially collapsed, all angled inward toward the main structure, like converging monuments. Each was marked by glyphs, not Japanese, not Chinese, but something older, not carved, but embedded, like fossils set into time. Circular spirals, intersecting with lines that curved unnaturally as if mimicking pressure flows rather than language. The team began referring to it as the gate, but what stunned researchers more than the symbols or symmetry was what happened when the drone attempted to pass through the arch. Every onboard sensor failed simultaneously. Camera, sonar, thermometer, dead. For exactly 33 seconds, the drone continued to move forward under deadman propulsion before its systems rebooted. When the video returned, the drone had already passed through the threshold, and the footage, blank, not black, not corrupted, just nothing, a visual absence, as if that half-minute had been removed from time itself. What came after was worse. The audio channel, used only for logging sonar pulses, recorded something it should not have: a voice, male, low, repeating a single word, stay. It was in Japanese, but the voice didn't belong to anyone aboard the ship. The moment the drone returned to the surface vessel, 2 engineers, both of whom had monitored the mission, refused to speak. One would later be found outside the vessel's cabin, knees pressed to the hull, whispering into the steel, "I didn't leave, I didn't leave, I didn't leave." He eventually recovered. The other never did. He vanished during the return voyage, last seen on the observation deck during heavy fog. The ship's log simply states, "Man overboard, conditions calm, no splash heard." Project Mizu Kai was quietly shut down. No public disclosure was made. But years later, in 2020, another drone, a Chinese commercial submersible mapping manganese fields, detected something at nearly the same depth. The same glyphs, miles away from the Izu, Bonin site, carved into what appeared to be an artificial wall, buried in sediment. 2 sites, thousands of miles apart, same design, same depth, same silence. Oceanographers, who reviewed the data, found that both locations rest along a precise arc that, if extended, curves into a perfect ring around the Pacific Plate, touching regions where oral traditions speak of sea gods, doorways, or sunken gates. Not Atlantis, not Lemuria, something older, something still intact. A scholar of Ainu mythology later identified the glyphs as near identical to prehistoric symbols used to represent returning, the held breath and threshold of dream. As of today, no further expeditions have returned to the gate, but deep-sea microphones in the region have picked up a pulsing tone every 18 hours, lasting 7 minutes exactly. The tone is not random. It ends each cycle with a sudden pitch shift, and when run through software designed to analyze spoken rhythm, it generates a cadence with 5 beats, matching the syllabic structure of a Japanese tanka poem. I wait far below, where breath forgets what it was. Through walls made of salt, the door that remembers light does not close, it only sleeps. By February 2020, seismic activity near the Aleutian Trench triggered a collaborative sonar survey between the United States Geological Survey and Japan's Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology. Ostensibly, the goal was to measure fault tension along a quiet zone previously marked inert, a region that had not recorded a major tectonic event in nearly a century. But when the deep imaging sonar began its sweep, What it revealed beneath the sediment was not tectonic structure, not plate movement, not even recognizable terrain. It was geometry. Stretching across nearly 6.4 kilometers of seabed, under several meters of compressed sediment, lay a perfectly gridded pattern, rectangular voids, arranged at precise 90-degree angles, some as small as storage rooms, others as wide as aircraft hangars. These were not natural formations. The sonar returns showed uniform height, matching depth and spatial spacing, so consistent that the data was initially flagged as software error. Only after triple redundancy scans, using multiple passes from different vessels, did the anomaly confirm itself. The pattern wasn't just architectural, it was buried architecture, as though an entire complex had been swallowed by the ocean floor. When sediment displacement models were run, the findings became more surreal. The burial was not from above, no landslide, no eruption, no tectonic sinking, but from below. The structures had been pushed upward from a deeper layer of seabed, forced into the crust from some unimaginable pressure, then reburied by glacial deposits tens of thousands of years old. But the age dating didn't match. Fragments retrieved by a core drill showed metallurgical traces, elements arranged in alloys that had never been synthesized. Small shards, dull grey and warm to the touch, even underwater, carried a faint magnetic pulse. The structure they came from wasn't rusted or worn by salt, but pristine, as if no time had passed at all. One researcher noted that the metal didn't reflect sonar, it absorbed it, leaving negative space in the return scans like holes in the ocean's memory. A remotely operated vehicle was dispatched into the trench's deepest cross-current, equipped with slow drill sampling arms. What it recovered was neither mineral nor metal. It was a tile, perfectly square, 1 meter wide, etched with a grid of 21 concentric circles, each overlapping at deliberate angles. When scanned, the circles formed a spatial harmonic resonance, not symbolic, not artistic, but functional, a vibration map. Back on land, when the pattern was processed through simulation software used for architectural stress modeling, it responded like a compression buffer, a map for distributing enormous weight across non-rigid structures. In simpler terms, a floor designed to withstand pressure that should not exist outside the core of a planet. Even more chilling, when the vibration map was run as an audio frequency through deep-sea transducers near the trench wall, an echo returned, not immediately, but 16 hours later. The sound was deep, slow, and almost reptilian in its cycle, like a massive breath inhaled from a distance no machine could reach. The echo pulsed back once, then nothing. Geologists proposed that this was merely reverberation from distant tectonic plates. But the transducer wasn't aimed at rock, it was aimed at the buried grid. As excavation continued, more of the structure revealed itself. Corridors, not of stone, but of pressure-hardened seabed molded into hexagonal shapes. Sections where no light reached, but where luminescent algae had inexplicably grown in straight lines, forming a soft glow that traced doorways. These glows dimmed when approached, as if aware of movement, but not reacting to light or water pressure, only presence. Sonar imagery began to fail after a point. Beyond a certain depth in the complex, machines refused to navigate further. Signal dropout occurred, not from interference, but deliberate directional blocking, as if something in the walls themselves repelled observation. Worse still, one sonar technician, working a midnight shift, observed a sudden shadow pass across the lower grid section. Not a glitch, not a fish school, a shadow with structure, moving slowly, then vanishing. When he enhanced the contrast, the pattern left behind wasn't one of movement, but of alignment, as if the shadow had matched the tile grid for a moment, as if it fit. The footage was scrubbed during system sync the following morning. The technician who had reported the anomaly never returned to the station. The buried site has since been sealed under a classified designation. Public records list it as a failed mineral survey, but to those who saw the initial readouts, there was no mistaking the truth. This was not ruin, it was a cage, or worse, a pressure vault, keeping something in. Late in March 2020, a joint expedition between marine geologists from the French CNRS and Brazil's Universidade Federal Fluminense launched a seabed mapping mission off the coast of Rio de Janeiro. The target was a sunken feature, long believed to be a collapsed lava dome, but what they uncovered under the Atlantic shelf was not volcanic. It was identical. As side-scan sonar swept across the ridge, technicians noticed a pattern buried beneath the sediment. Once again, right-angled voids in the seafloor, geometric and evenly spaced. The coordinates placed it over 10,000 kilometers away from the Aleutian Trench grid, and yet the layout matched exactly, not approximately, exactly, tile for tile, corridor for corridor, depth for depth. This second grid was buried under over 12 meters of dense ocean sediment, and unlike the Aleutian structure, it exhibited no tectonic scars or signs of upheaval. It had not been pushed upward. It had always been there, settled, dormant and so deeply buried that only the precise sonar frequency used in this mission had revealed it. The sediment covering it was rich in manganese nodules, unusual for that specific region, and more strangely, had formed in a way that seemed to suggest containment, not geological accident. The layout was surrounded by a circular moat in the sediment itself, a natural trench formation, but one that followed perfect radial symmetry, as if something had intentionally prepared a boundary around the structure. An ROV was dispatched within hours. Beneath the covering silt, the probe found fragments of architecture, unlike any ever recorded beneath the Atlantic, perfectly smooth, non-eroded, yet visibly ancient. Long panels, coated in biofilm, reflected light in a dull, inconsistent manner, until viewed through infrared. Then once again spirals appeared, faint, hidden, etched not with tools, but seemingly formed into the material as it solidified. They were not artistic symbols, they were structural, harmonic, as if meant to absorb or redirect vibrations on a massive scale. Just like the northern grid, a section of wall, carefully excavated by the ROV's manipulators, cracked open, revealing a hollow cavity, lined with what looked like bronze. Inside the cavity was an object shaped like a prism, almost a meter long, floating in the center by unknown means, not tethered, not magnetic, floating. It shimmered when the ROV's light passed over it, revealing a strange trick of perception. From one angle, it appeared translucent. From another, solid, its edges blurred and sharpened depending on viewing perspective. And then the ROV's systems shut down. For 3 hours, the probe was unresponsive, no signal, no visual, just dead data. When it finally rebooted and returned to the surface, its onboard storage showed a perfect timeline, except for a window of precisely 6 minutes and 44 seconds, in which the footage cut to total black. When enhanced and filtered, that segment revealed one frame, just one, impossible to see without light amplification. A silhouette, not human, not marine, something tall, bent with limbs that didn't match symmetry, a figure caught in passing by a single frame before total erasure. The research vessel's crew dismissed it as data corruption. The lead technician left the mission entirely, and has since declined all interview requests. His final field note, handwritten and later archived, reads: "Not a city, not a machine, a keyhole, and the prism was the key." Then came the most damning find. Seismic readings captured weeks apart, one in February near the Aleutian Trench, and one in late March near this Atlantic site, showed an identical subsonic pulse, emitted once, traveling outward in concentric rings, then fading. The signals matched down to the hertz. They were communicating, 2 locations, oceans apart, sending a single identical tone into the earth. And then from the Mariana Basin, a third pulse returned. That one was older. It had been buried in archival hydrophone recordings from 1996, filed as background tectonic noise. But when adjusted for delay and terrain interference, it completed the triangulation perfectly. 3 sites, 3 pulses, 3 buried structures, and 1 final shared trait. All 3 aligned not with any plate boundary, volcanic system, or mineral deposit, but with an ancient map recovered in 1873 from a sunken vessel near the Canary Islands. A map showing nothing but spirals, 3 of them, interconnected, not made for navigation, but for containment. Or perhaps, as one researcher whispered before she destroyed her notes and erased her hard drives, maybe they weren't built to keep something in, but to signal when something gets out, interconnected, not made for navigation, but for containment. Or perhaps, as one researcher whispered before she destroyed her notes and erased her hard drives, maybe they weren't built to keep something in, but to signal when something gets out. June 2020. Somewhere in the northern reaches of the South Sandwich Trench, a seismic sensor buoy malfunctioned after months of operation. It was a minor failure, insignificant on its own, just one of hundreds placed along the world's trench walls to monitor subduction zones. But when retrieved and inspected aboard the RMS Culdone, a privately chartered research vessel from Norway, something strange was found within its sensor pod. A photograph, unintended. A diagnostic snapshot taken automatically during a routine systems check, one meant only to confirm visibility of the buoy's surroundings. The image should have shown a blank view of the seafloor, silt, and black. Instead, it captured a dome fractured, split open, half sunken, its surface scarred with hexagonal plates now covered in thick biofilm. The dome had no surrounding debris, no source of impact or collapse, just a circular depression beneath it, suggesting it had fallen from above. But the deeper question was this: fallen from where? The image was geotagged at 8,700 meters. There are no structures, natural or artificial, at such depths that could fall down, but here it was, half buried, half broken, fully alien. RMS Culdone rerouted immediately. They reached the site within 19 hours. The dome was still there. As ROVs descended, its shape became clearer, a fractured shell of overlapping metallic scales, each the size of a human hand, tarnished but clearly once reflective. The structure stood 15 meters tall in its prime, though it had collapsed inward, but what lay inside was far more disturbing. Rows of what initially appeared to be coral growths, dozens, maybe hundreds, rising in rigid orderly rows. They formed concentric spirals within the dome's exposed floor, almost like amphitheater seating. Each growth measured about 3 feet tall, bone white, slightly curved, and split at the top like two fingers reaching skyward. But under tactile probe analysis, it was confirmed, these were not coral. They were organic spines, petrified. No seabed biology matched them. The nearest comparison was an extinct genus of stalked crinoids, sea lilies. But the density and structure of these spines suggested they once held weight, and more hauntingly, they were hollow. Some had cracked open at the top, revealing fine web-like inner membranes, still soft. And within several, the ROV found small calcified objects, smooth spheres about the size of human eyes. Each bore a faint spiral groove on its surface. Each rested inside the spine's crown. Each appeared, deliberately placed. Then came the wall glyphs. Though the dome was largely broken, part of the interior surface had survived. There, the ROV's camera captured a wall covered in carvings, not random marks, but precise repetitive loops and spirals, resembling both topographical waveforms and hearing diagrams, like blueprints for how to receive, not how to speak. Under UV light, the grooves reacted, not glowing, but rather darkening, becoming negative shapes in space, like shadows, refusing light. The lead marine biologist aboard the Culdone, Dr. Annette List, described them as not instructions, not language, just reminders, as though whatever lived in that dome knew it couldn't forget the shape of sound itself. And then the ROV's external pressure monitors spiked, though not from rising depth. Something unseen had moved nearby, not water, not debris, something solid enough to momentarily displace pressure sensors, without showing on sonar. A second ROV was deployed. This one carried audio recording equipment, designed to scan subsonic frequencies. For 4 minutes, it recorded nothing. Then came a sound, faint, rhythmic, like breathing, but too slow, too vast. It wasn't from inside the dome, it was beneath it. Geothermal scans revealed a hollow pocket directly under the site, something the size of a small cathedral, untouched, uncollapsed, sealed perfectly within the trench wall. No crack, no vent, just emptiness, surrounded by stone, as if waiting. The team's next move was to bore into it, but that never happened. Just hours after the ROV returned with its recordings, a deep harmonic vibration rolled through the water column. Every instrument glitched. Lights dimmed, not from failure, but from interference. And then the dome began to move, not lift, not shift, vibrate. Its pieces trembled in place. Dust rose from the seafloor. The spines reoriented, slightly, each one rotating to face the same direction down, toward the buried cavity. At that moment, without warning, Dr. List terminated the mission. She instructed the vessel to leave the site immediately. No further images were taken. All logs were sealed and transferred to Norwegian Defense Oversight. In a private debrief, she offered only one explanation. We didn't find a collapsed dome, we found an abandoned nest, and it still remembers who it's waiting for. To this day, that image, the diagnostic photo that started it all, has been lost. The Culden's records were never published, but one of the interns, a student technician, made a rough sketch in her field notes before the files were locked. The sketch shows the dome, the spines, the hollow cavity, and a shape behind it, only partly rendered, a spiral, half-drawn, still unfolding. In August of 2020, an international deep-sea project, led by researchers from Singapore, Indonesia, and Australia, deployed the SSV Meridia to investigate anomalies within the Java Depression, an elongated trench segment known for erratic bathymetric data. The mission was funded under the pretense of mineral prospecting, yet most of the team members were biological oceanographers, not geologists. What they were truly there to find had no name, only a coordinate, an unclaimed point on the map where seafloor data had consistently corrupted sonar records for decades. Attempts to chart it failed, not just due to depth, but due to motion. Every time a scan was conducted, the depression's shape shifted, not gradually, not through erosion or tectonic creep. The entire seabed returned a different form each time, as if the terrain remembered being watched and changed. The Meridia, with her upgraded trench drones and shielded sonar, was built to resist interference, but even its first pass across the depression floor was inconclusive. Nothing, just shadows, sand, a void, until the second pass. That's when the pillars appeared. 16 of them, arranged in a perfect oval, nearly 400 meters across. Each one stood between 12 and 18 meters high, spaced unevenly but aligned toward a central axis. They weren't rock, they weren't metallic. The first samples confirmed something unbelievable. They were organic, dense, keratinous columns, like bones, but tougher than whale ivory, rising straight out of the ocean floor. But their strangest feature was not structure, it was function. Every 36 hours, in absolute silence, the pillars exhaled. Microsensors placed around the site detected a sudden drop in micropressure and a burst of suspended vapor particles, colorless, tasteless, invisible to the naked eye, but consistent with the respiration pattern of living organisms. The vapor was filled with bioluminescent particles that responded only to deep red light. When exposed, they formed moving glyphs, patterns that resembled sonar pings, repeating phrases, and once again, spirals. But more than just symbols, they behaved like instructions, emitting low-frequency pulses that caused the ocean floor to vibrate subtly, as if the seabed itself were reacting, not resisting. These pulses weren't echoes, they were answers. To what? The lead data analyst on the Meridia believed she had found it. The pillars were not remnants of an organism. They were lungs embedded into the planet's crust, fossilized, yes, but somehow still functioning, exhaling memory, releasing data, heat, and something deeper. Each vapor burst contained trace compounds that hadn't been seen since the Cambrian explosion, precursors to all known biological life, suspended in a liquid mist under pressure. Something was reseeding the deep. The central axis, toward which all pillars leaned, was a depression only 6 meters across. Nothing special at first, just silt, sediment, and black water. But on the third scan, a camera captured something impossible. The depression blinked. It didn't emit light. It reflected the ROV's camera flash in such a way that the depression temporarily became a perfect pupil, contracting, then expanding, once, slowly, And after that moment, the pillars changed. They began to rotate, not physically, but magnetically. Compass readings around them began to spin. The Meridia's internal system struggled to maintain GPS lock. Lights dimmed. The ship's chronometers skipped time, some reading minutes ahead, others minutes behind. And then the dreams began. Every member of the crew reported intense, lucid dreams on the same night. Dreams of being underwater, not in the ocean, but beneath it, beneath the seabed, crawling through endless chambers of spiraled bone, hearing only slow rhythmic breathing, and always, in the distance, a heartbeat, a second pulse, slower than the ocean, colder than water, older than pressure. No one could explain how every crew member shared the same vision. The logs were archived. The pillars were left undisturbed. The Meridia returned to port. But before the crew disbanded, they took one final scan of the depression, just to be certain. What they saw was not a structure, not a lung, not a nest, not a cage. It was a mouth, open just a little wider than before. In early January 2020, an undersea cable maintenance team, operating west of the Azores, detected a peculiar anomaly. Routine repairs had revealed signs of physical interference, not the kind caused by tectonic shift or undersea landslides, but by mechanical contact. The protective coating around the cable had been sliced cleanly, exposing wiring, yet nothing had been removed. It was as if the insulation had been examined, then left alone. Upon rerouting a maintenance ROV to investigate the origin of the markings, they discovered something startling lodged in a crevice, only 200 meters from the damaged cable. A cylindrical object, approximately 2.3 meters long and half a meter wide, lying half buried in fine silt. It bore no corrosion, no barnacles, no signs of marine life interacting with it. Its surface was unmarked, except for an array of strange slits near the top, 6 of them, evenly spaced, each slit exactly 3.3 centimeters wide. The material it was made of had no immediate match in the known inventory of naval or commercial equipment. It was neither metal nor plastic, something between ceramic and flesh, smooth to the touch, but unpleasantly warm, even at depth. The object was raised aboard the ship for analysis. The moment it reached the surface, all electronic equipment on the deck, radios, telemetry screens, even crew wristwatches, reset themselves, not surged, reset. Time reverted to 0 o'clock. No other data was lost. The object was placed into an isolated holding container, where further tests revealed something chilling. The 6 slits were not vents or openings. They were organic. Each led into a porous chamber, lined with bioreactive membranes. When stimulated with ambient ocean water, the membranes pulsed faintly, and the object began to emit sound, not in air, only through direct contact. When a gloved hand was placed on the cylinder's surface, a vibration traveled up the arm, slow, rhythmic, like breath or heartbeat. One technician, against protocol, pressed his bare hand to the side. He immediately collapsed, seizing on the floor. When he recovered, he described what he'd seen: a wall, alive, breathing, built of mouths, screaming in a language I could only understand when I stopped thinking. He was removed from the ship at port, placed under observation, and soon after vanished from public record. The object, designated Specimen Chamber D0, was later examined via MRI-style mapping. Inside, protected by the layered organic housing, were 3 distinct shapes: 1 cube, 1 sphere, and 1/3 form, that had no identifiable geometry. It shifted when scanned, never the same shape twice. Attempts to extract these inner forms failed. Each time a drill or laser was employed, the object shifted temperature, fluctuating wildly between -12 degrees Celsius and 47 degrees Celsius, without affecting the room around it. Eventually, all tools were disabled, and D0 was placed in long-term isolation under classified storage. And yet, days later, a technician passing by the sealed chamber claimed he heard a voice, not in the room, but in his headset. It repeated a phrase: "You are the test, not the observer." The voice did not match any known crew member. The technician later deleted his own identity from the crew manifest. To this day, D0 remains unclassified in international records. But rumors persist that it was not the first, nor the last of its kind discovered on the ocean floor, only the one they caught, because others were already awake when found. Not all deep sea finds are hidden beneath the sediment. Some are hiding in plain sight, masquerading as wreckage, discarded sonar debris, or even geological curiosities. But, in April 2020, a submersible team assigned to map a suspected WWI submarine wreck off the coast of the Mariana Basin encountered something that shifted their entire framework of analysis. The wreck was partially intact, clearly German in origin, with hull markings that matched a U-boat lost in 1944. But what caught the crew's attention wasn't the sub, it was what lay beneath it. A rectangular platform, not part of the original ship, had been exposed by a landslide during a recent undersea tremor. Perfectly flat, measuring roughly 12 meters across, the platform was composed of a single slab of black composite, so dark it reflected no light at all. Beneath the slab surface, faint patterns emerged under infrared, interlocking concentric rings, some thin, some etched deeply, all perfectly circular. The arrangement resembled a mathematical waveform, a signal map. Sonar scans returned scrambled results. The platform was interfering with active sonar, deliberately, altering frequencies to create what the ship's technician described as a counter-sonar signature, essentially a blind spot. Whatever it was designed to hide itself. But the most unsettling detail came not from the slab, but from inside the submarine above it. While exploring the interior, the crew discovered something that hadn't been reported in original wreck logs: a sealed chamber within the ship's midsection, lined with what looked like mirrored walls. When the hatch was opened, there was no reflection, just darkness. Inside were 23 small glass capsules, each about the size of a shot glass, arranged on metallic grooves. They contained fibrous threads, faintly luminous, suspended in clear fluid. One researcher likened them to jellyfish nerves. But they weren't organic. Not until they were removed. Within minutes of extraction, the threads began to pulse faintly, aligning with a low hum, emanating from the platform beneath the wreck. They were responding, not to pressure, not to light, but to sound. Specifically, the rhythmic pattern of the platform's own interference signal. And then, without warning, the submarine's interior lights flickered off, replaced by a dull red glow. No power loss, no fault. A light that no one had turned on. Footage recorded from within the wreck showed the capsules rising slightly from their grooves, as if levitating. When the footage was played back, a faint voice, one no one heard in real time, was audible underneath the drone noise. Still recording. That night, the platform disappeared from sonar completely. The submarine, when revisited, was there, but the sealed chamber was empty. No capsules, no grooves, no red glow, only a note, scrawled in grease pencil inside the open hatch. This was not ours to store. In late May 2020, deep off the coast of Tierra del Fuego, a Chilean research vessel, studying microbial extremophiles, uncovered something buried just beneath a thin veil of sediment at 7,400 meters depth. Something that at first appeared to be a natural heat pocket. But when the ROV's temperature sensors began to spike far beyond expected geothermal gradients, it became clear this was not natural at all. A metallic dome, only 3 meters wide, but perfectly spherical, was unearthed beneath the silt. It radiated a constant internal temperature of exactly 38.6 degrees Celsius, matching the average temperature of the human body, no matter the surrounding depth, pressure, or external environment. It remained unchanged. The surface, once cleared, revealed etched grids, not dissimilar to neural pathways or medical scans. But it wasn't just etched, it was alive, in a mechanical sense. When the ROV extended its sampling arm, the dome released a pulse invisible to the eye, but picked up on 3 different wavelengths: electromagnetic, acoustic, and vibrational. The sound, when slowed down, was not chaotic, but calculated. Test begins. Not spoken. Emitted. The dome then released a soft gas, invisible, forming an immediate thermal barrier around itself. No sensors could penetrate. The video feed became distorted, not due to interference, but because the image data itself had been overwritten. When reviewed later, the footage from that moment contained frames from earlier expeditions, as though the dome had spliced memories, repurposing other missions to cover its own moment of activation. The biological team on board, once skeptical, now became convinced. This wasn't a vessel. This was a monitoring device. Further thermal mapping showed thin filaments extending beneath the sphere, roots, almost, running into the bedrock below. But instead of pulling nutrients, they appeared to transmit. Seismic sensors placed nearby confirmed subtle rhythmic pulses, traveling not upward, but deep into the Earth's crust. One researcher, a former neurobiologist, remarked, "This looks exactly like a spinal cord node, like it's part of something much, much bigger, alive, just deeper down." Attempts to move the sphere failed. Whenever the ROV touched its base, the same phrase would be emitted: motion locked until condition met. What condition? That's when the ship's medic discovered a small injury on his hand, barely more than a scratch, but the wound had become warm, slightly luminous, and beneath the surface of his skin, the same etched grid pattern was forming. He hadn't touched the sphere. He'd only been near the water sample container. Within 24 hours, 3 more crew members showed signs of cellular changes. One described a dream where he saw the ocean from below, looking upward, not from a creature's eyes, but from a machine, embedded in the crust, waiting for commands that hadn't been spoken in thousands of years. Then the dome's message changed. It stopped emitting "test begins." Now it said, "Test passed." Activation paused, and that was it. It dimmed, it cooled, it stopped pulsing. The crew returned, unsure what they had found. Biotech, surveillance, an ancient automated gatekeeping system. But long after they left, the seismic pulses continued, spreading through stone, carrying something through the planet's skeleton, and from another hemisphere, a nearly identical pulse replied. Of all the devices ever recovered from the deep, none matched the terror inspired by the Vertical Cradle, a mechanism discovered, not by scientists, but by accident. In September 2020, a cargo ship en route from Singapore to New Zealand went off course during a storm and reported its sonar mapping instruments had encountered a hole in the ocean floor, a place where echo simply did not return. Upon alert, a New Zealand Navy submersible was dispatched. What it found was a shaft, perfectly vertical, 4 meters wide, extending hundreds of meters downward into the crust, lined with rings of soft bone-like material that moved slightly when light touched them. The shaft wasn't open like a borehole, it was threaded, like the inside of a screw, spiraling downward as if built to guide something. And then the submersible detected movement. Something deep below was ascending, slowly, steadily, within the shaft, not swimming, lifting itself, like an elevator riding rails. The object emerged at 840 meters, a capsule, cylindrical, semi-translucent. Inside it was a form, humanoid, but undeveloped, not quite fetal, not quite adult, suspended in red fluid. But the face, what existed of one, was identical to a member of the sub-crew, not similar, identical. DNA confirmed it days later. The capsule was brought aboard, against orders. In the hours that followed, every watch and chronometer aboard froze, all stopping at 2:11 a.m. The sky darkened beyond natural explanation. No stars, no satellites, just blackness above and darkness below. And then the capsule cracked, not violently, but methodically, separating into 3 clean segments. The figure inside dissolved, literally unwrote itself, becoming vapor. A final message, not seen by camera, but etched on the capsule interior, was translated from spiraled runes. "You passed through us once, now you must return." What was the Vertical Cradle? A cloning device, a memory pod, a means of recovery, of duplication, or perhaps a return beacon. No one knows. The hole has since collapsed, or perhaps it never existed. No map records the coordinates now. No one involved in the retrieval remains in service. But there is one shared report among the 4 survivors. All of them described an ocean dream, in which the same capsule rose again from another trench, except this time, the figure inside was awake, and it was smiling. The term Black Archive was first used unofficially by a team of oceanographers in March 2004, but the phenomenon it described wasn't officially logged until nearly 16 years later, in October 2020, during a British-led survey along the Angola Abyssal Plain. The survey, funded by an oil conglomerate, initially sought promising sedimentary layers, but what they found was something that refused not only to be drilled, but to even be measured. A region 7.2 kilometers deep, where every sonar ping returned nonsense, numbers that pulsed and repeated, forming loops that no AI or software could interpret. It wasn't noise, it was self-cancelling data. Every scan made of the area would invalidate the one before it, as if the terrain was rewriting its topography on command. The crew called it the Ghost Grid. It was first dismissed as faulty hardware, until the backup sonar system failed too. Then the backup to that. All instruments around a 400-meter radius began to give false positives for depth, current, magnetic north. Compasses rotated freely, GPS drifted off course. The sea was calm above, but something in the dark was active. When a tethered camera was lowered into the affected zone, it recorded total blackness, more than absence of light. Even the built-in spotlight couldn't cut through it. The light beam simply vanished, absorbed as if the water itself had become a perfect void. Then the camera began to record movement, not of animals, not currents, of shapes, flat, angular silhouettes that passed between the lens and the light's limit. They moved without disturbing silt, without buoyancy, as if they were part of the water, yet separate from it. Only a single frame was clear enough to analyze, a rectangular shape with vertical slots running along its body, eerily reminiscent of old card catalogue drawers, like those in forgotten archives. But it moved like a creature, gliding silently, and then stopping, as if it saw the lens. The footage ended with the image turning sharply, one of the drawers beginning to open. Upon retrieval, the camera was melted, not externally, but internally. The casing was intact, but the circuit board had softened like wax, despite never exceeding safe temperatures. It was then the captain made an executive decision to drop a small probe drone, disposable, untethered, with no data uplink. It was programmed to descend, log movement, then surface. It never returned. But 27 hours later, an identical drone, matching the lost one's serial code, surfaced 13 miles away from the Ghost Grid. Except this version was in pristine condition. Too pristine. The device had never been used, its wear markings didn't match its original deployment, and within its local storage files were not logs of the abyssal plain. Instead, it contained indexed footage of dozens of unrelated sunken vessels, as if the drone had been to multiple oceanic graveyards in less than 2 days. No timestamps, no metadata, just silent recordings. And in all of them, at least once per clip, a dark shape could be seen in the corner, just outside full frame. Like a librarian shelving memories, the Ghost Grid is now listed as a black archive, a place where knowledge is stored in the water itself, a zone that can clone, recall, or erase data. It isn't known how many exist, only that this one was waiting for someone to scan it, and when they did, it responded. The second archive was not found. It was reported by a man who had never dived a meter in his life. In December 2020, a retired Chilean fisherman walked into a research center in Punta Arenas, holding a single item, a jagged, hollowed, salt-encrusted object about the size of a dinner plate. He said he pulled it up decades ago and kept it hidden ever since. When asked why he'd come forward now, he said, "Because last night it whispered back." The object resembled no known marine creature, fossil, or device. It had 7 holes of varying diameter bored straight through it, some lined with calcite rings, others smooth like polished resin. When placed under sonar, the object did not echo, it sang, a vibration too slow to be heard, but unmistakably structured. And every 13 seconds, A pulse would reverberate through the center, like a tuning fork struck from another dimension. Using resonance imaging, the scientists discovered a map etched within the object's core, an impossible feat, given its size. It depicted a spiral trench beneath the South Pacific, one that did not exist on any chart, or rather one that existed, but kept changing names on every official database. Coordinates matched no labeled depression, no tectonic line, and every satellite image of the region showed clouds, as if the ocean itself refused to be recorded from above. They named it the Veiled Stepwell. The fishermen, who had never seen any of their data, told them exactly what it looked like stairs that go down forever, and if you shout, it comes back up with something else's voice. 2 weeks later, he died, drowned, in a field, 20 kilometers inland, and within his lungs, upon autopsy, were trace elements of abyssal silt. No explanation could be offered, but within the same month, a third black archive signal was detected, this time from the Sunder Shelf. The Sunder Shelf archive was unlike the others. It wasn't hidden, it was anchored. Beneath a coral overhang, just beyond known shipping lanes, divers discovered a steel monolith, identical on all sides, black, seamless, and inert. It was half buried, standing vertically, like a headstone planted by the planet itself. Attempts to cut, drill, or X-ray, it failed. The structure was immune to time, pressure, and interference, but it wasn't passive. Every 72 hours, it would rotate, not by mechanism or tide. It simply was facing a different direction, and it always aligned with something no one could trace. No landmark, no sun, no star. Eventually, linguists noticed the corrosion pattern along the base resembled Braille. The message translated to, "You're facing the wrong memory." And on the 5th rotation, something changed. The monolith opened, only once. Inside was a sealed compartment, containing a cassette tape, obsolete, ruined by salt, but when carefully cleaned and played, it produced a child's voice, a girl, reciting numbers, 0, 1, 3, 5, 8, 13, Fibonacci, until her voice cracked, and she began weeping, but continued counting anyway, whispering now, faster, sobbing, as though being made to remember something she had tried desperately to forget. The tape self-erased on its second playback. The monolith never opened again. It still rotates, and no matter where you place it on Earth's map, it's always facing another ocean. The final confirmed archive wasn't recorded with sonar. It was captured by accident, through seismic heat maps, designed to track volcanic activity in the Loyalty Ridge, a deep, shifting fracture east of New Caledonia. Instead of heat or gas vents, the instruments returned words, yes, words, seismic vibrations that aligned perfectly with human syllabic cadence, repeated every 9.4 hours. The language didn't match any spoken tongue, but the structure was linguistically coherent, phonetic, purposeful. When translated using AI modeled on dream languages and glossolalia, the words formed a sentence. Archive 6 is not sealed. The number scared the team, because only 4 archives had been discovered publicly. The 5th was theorized. The 6th was a warning. Further readings showed a depression deep within the ridge had opened, a crack that hadn't been there the week before, and along its rim, dotting the slope like tombstones, were dozens of identical black slabs, each one humming faintly, not to alert, not to warn, but to record, as if the sea itself, for all its silence, had been listening, and was now ready to speak. In January 2020, an Icelandic submarine cable operator received a transmission that their system wasn't designed to detect, a coded signal embedded within the magnetic pulse of the cable itself. It was first mistaken for electromagnetic interference caused by volcanic activity near the mid-Atlantic ridge. But what raised alarms was the pattern, an 18-second burst, followed by 42 seconds of silence, repeating with mathematical precision. The engineers extracted the frequency and isolated the content, not a language, but code, made of short and long pulses, similar to Morse. But it wasn't Morse. The characters resembled a hybrid, an encryption system no one could identify, but one that repeated without variation, day after day. When a linguist trained in dead languages was brought in, they proposed something chilling. The sequence resembled early Sumerian meter, the kind used not in writing, but in chants, specifically those associated with burial rites. Within weeks, a second signal arrived. This time, it corrected the first, adjusted the rhythm, changed the pauses, and then, at the end, it added something new. Sequence 4 received, Phase 3 closed. The team was confused. No prior sequences had been recorded, that is, until they looked further back. They began searching through deep-sea communication anomalies from the last 40 years. Buried among sonar glitches, distorted pingbacks, and corrupted cable readings, they found 3 other sequences, all marked by similar repetition and structure. The first was detected in 1987, off the coast of Antarctica. The second in 1995, near the Tonga Trench. The third, in 2007, deep under the Arctic ice. Each signal was geographically unconnected, but all followed the same format. And most disturbingly, each one had been logged as an error and discarded. Until now. What was Phase 3, and why did Phase 4 begin with a shift in magnetometer readings across the globe? The operators went silent. The facility was purchased by an unnamed holding company, and the last recorded message from the original crew, a single line scrawled across a dry erase board, preserved in a leaked photograph. They are not trying to reach us, they are trying to report that they're still here. On March 18, 2020, a private satellite, used by an American tech billionaire to survey oceanic temperature anomalies, began returning a bizarre anomaly near the Kermadec Trench. A faint repeating signal not audible, but visible, when plotted as data on a thermal map. Every 11 minutes, a precise heat bloom would rise from a location approximately 10,700 meters down. Not random, not residual geothermal activity. It pulsed in a way that traced a glyph when viewed over time. When collected over 72 hours, the glyph took form, a spiral, intersected by a vertical line. The billionaire's onboard AI interpreted it as a symbol from Vinca script, one of the world's oldest undeciphered languages. That symbol, found etched into clay tablets over 7,000 years old, had been historically interpreted as meaning it waits. The satellite soon began losing connection during those precise pulses. It would go dark only during the bloom, return afterward, then corrupt its own memory. Engineers were forced to reroute access through older backup hardware to maintain the data log. A sample of the signal was transformed into sound, slowed for analysis. What emerged was a tone, low, soft, but increasingly complex, like an organ being played in a cave too large to comprehend. When that sound was played during a university presentation on unexplained sonar anomalies, several attendees experienced temporary aphasia, the inability to understand or produce speech. One man simply stood, left the room, and was found later staring at a drain pipe for over an hour. No clear translation was ever made, but the satellite recorded the same thermal glyph again. This time the vertical line passed through the spiral and began splitting off into 2 lines. One researcher offered a quiet theory. The first spiral was a waiting signal. This one is a response. If that's true, then we're not just intercepting messages, we're eavesdropping on a conversation that began before we could swim. In July 2020, a NO research vessel studying whale communication picked up an anomaly in the Mariana Trench while tracking migratory paths. Their equipment was designed to isolate subvocalizations from baleen whales, some of the deepest, lowest frequency sounds produced in the natural world. But one ping stood out. It wasn't low frequency, it was ultrasonic, far beyond the range of any known marine life. Yet it showed characteristics of speech patterns, consonant-like abrupt stops, rhythmic stress patterns, and repetition. They assumed it was mechanical interference, until the second ping responded to their playback. When the team ran the original recording back through the water column, the deep signal responded with a corrected version of the phrase, shifting pitch and stress, as if teaching the right pronunciation. They repeated it again, and again, the signal corrected them. Slightly annoyed, slightly amused, slightly amused. This continued for 36 hours, until a new phrase emerged in the signal, clearly and deliberately formed, better. Then it stopped. 1 day later, the crew recorded a massive, unnatural drop in ocean temperature, directly beneath the ship, lasting exactly 4 minutes and 44 seconds. During that time, the vessel's engines shut off. No power loss, just refusal. Every backup system restarted with no logs, no diagnostics, as if they'd never powered off. Except the clocks all read 44 minutes later, not 4. The log files for the vessel's internal computers had been overwritten with a repeating phrase, invisible unless decrypted using a Caesar shift of 4. The test has a voice. And then came the last message. Received in December 2020, it was detected by Japan's Deep Sea Surveillance Array, designed to monitor undersea earthquakes. The equipment isn't meant to record sound. It tracks subcrustal waveforms to predict seismic activity. But on December 27th, instead of an earthquake, it recorded a message made of vibrational logic. It had a header, a body, a closing signature, and worst of all, it had a delivery protocol. This wasn't a signal caught by chance. It was sent. The waveform translated, once slowed and plotted visually, revealed a jagged sequence resembling early digital glyphs, binary made of absence and density. Specialists in quantum encryption worked for weeks to understand it. When they finally decoded the first string, it formed a sentence, "This location archived, awaiting next sample," and beneath it, 5 coordinate sets, each one located deep in a trench we've already explored. Each one recorded the day after the last expedition withdrew. The messages weren't echoes, they were logs, and we weren't the listeners, we were the entries. In February 1982, a Soviet research vessel, under the guise of geophysical surveying, quietly slipped into the Chukchi Sea, west of the Bering Strait, towing with it a classified deep-sea claw sub, known as the Mezovoy 7. Officially, the mission was to investigate rumored geothermal vent fields. Unofficially, Moscow had intercepted a Navy signal from the United States weeks earlier, marking the location of a sonar contact described only as submerged hollow, not ours. The Soviets reached the site on February 12, beneath nearly 3,200 meters of black, glacial water. Mezovoy 7 detected something impossible, a perfect cube, 5 meters across, partially submerged in silt, pulsing gently under the current. What made it different from the countless other anomalies Soviet ships had secretly catalogued was this: the cube was ringed with iron chains, massive ones, chains that had no purpose at that depth, no corrosion, no origin, and no sign of any anchor point. They didn't bind the cube to anything, they circled it, almost protectively, or as one officer later noted in a classified log, like it was being held down, not by force, but by ritual. The robotic arm of the Mezovoy attempted to extract a sample from the cube's upper corner. Upon contact, the video feed distorted, and all instruments aboard the research vessel flickered out for 11 full minutes. When systems returned, the cube remained unchanged, but the robotic arm had been bent backwards, as if caught in a sudden reverse gravitational force. No other mechanical damage, no heat, no evidence of tampering. They tried again. This time, they activated a containment claw and successfully lifted the cube off the seabed. Instantly, the ship's pressure sensors screamed, not from the cube, but from the water around it. The surrounding depth increased by 600 meters in seconds, as though the ocean itself had thickened, compacted, or been reprogrammed. Crew members began vomiting, collapsing from inner ear trauma. The surface of the water above the cube began to form a whirlpool, visible from satellite, despite perfectly calm regional weather. And still, the claw held the cube. The operator, who had by now lost visual contact due to camera blackout, gave the order to retract. When the claw returned, it was empty. But what happened next was never explained. A day later, the Mezovoy's chief technician, upon returning to the lower deck, found something impossible inside the containment capsule, a sheet of paper, dry, unmarked by seawater, resting inside the pressure-sealed vault. On it were 7 lines of handwritten Russian. "You already tried to take this. You forgot. You always forget, because we never let you remember. Tell your surface to stop looking. It's not for them. Next time, the chain breaks." This paper was turned over to the GRU. The mission was sealed. Every member of the Mezovoy team was reassigned to the Arctic. Some never heard from again. No further Soviet expeditions were launched in the Chukchi Sea for over a decade. In 1996, a US thermal imaging satellite captured a heat flare from the exact same coordinates. For less than 5 seconds, it measured surface temperature at 74 degrees Celsius, rising straight from the sea. The shape of the heat plume, when digitized, formed a perfect cube. No one has gone back. Or perhaps they have, and like before, they were made to forget. In April 1991, just months before the dissolution of the Soviet Union, a Norwegian trawler named Vidar's Wake ran aground on what should have been flat seabed off the coast of Bear Island, a remote outcrop between Norway and Svalbard. The incident drew little media attention until footage from the ship's sonar logs leaked to maritime insurers weeks later. That footage showed the vessel's sonar hitting a tower, not a rock formation. A vertical structure, nearly 40 meters tall, narrow, made of copper-colored ridges, rising from the ocean floor like a column left behind by something built. What made this structure different was the depth consistency. It wasn't partially buried. It extended from a clearly carved base into a height too precise to be natural. Worse still, every sonar sweep over the tower made a different shape appear. Once it looked hollow, another pass made it appear forked, like a trident. A third revealed it split at the top into a flared cup, almost like a flower. But it was the 4th pass that got the ship pulled into military jurisdiction. Because the sonar returned no structure at all, instead, it returned an audio file, a file that played itself, unprompted, through the trawler's onboard PA system. It was a woman's voice, speaking in Old Norse. No one on board could understand the language, but the ship's helmsman recognized a single repeated word, inbundin, meaning bound or sealed inside. Norwegian naval authorities intercepted the Vidar's Wake, and its black box was confiscated. But before it was handed over, the ship's captain made a copy of the sonar data, slipping it to his brother, a professor of anthropology in Tromsø. What they uncovered became known in academic whispers as the Tower of Regret, a reference to the tone of the voice recorded, not angry, not fearful, just tired, broken. The audio, when run through frequency analysis, revealed 2 voices speaking at once, a woman's in the upper spectrum, and a much deeper, pulsing tone below it. When separated digitally, the low voice seemed to repeat the woman's phrases moments before she said them, like it was teaching her what to say, like she was reciting instructions. The voice ended with one last phrase, one not in Old Norse. It was Latin, post tenebras, lux, after darkness, light. The data was immediately suppressed. The tower, when visited weeks later by a Norwegian naval vessel, was gone. The seabed scanned flat again, but now there was residue, heat pockets, traces of carbon compounds unlike any known in Arctic waters. Worse, every marine life form within 1.2 kilometers was dead, but without damage. Fish frozen in motion, eels curled in stillness, like the moment had been paused and never restarted. The Navy declared the area a sonar dead zone. Fishing vessels were rerouted. Years later, a US oceanographic team, unaware of the event, passed the same region and recorded a vertical shadow on satellite, visible for 3 seconds before vanishing beneath cloud cover. Not long after, one of their ROVs returned to the surface, with a piece of oxidized copper lattice embedded in its frame. The lattice, once cleaned, contained inlaid carvings, not etchings, not weathered marks, carvings purposeful and alarmingly modern in symmetry. They traced to no known culture. The panel now sits locked in a drawer at an Oslo research lab, unnamed, undocumented. It hums occasionally. Always at the same time, 3:14 a.m. always for exactly 33 seconds, and every time it does, the drawer unlocks on its own. In August 2003, a marine salvage operation off the southern coast of Sri Lanka made headlines for recovering what was initially believed to be an ancient trade vessel, possibly predating the Chola dynasty. The crew of the Salvator Mundi, a privately funded expedition working along an uncharted ridge near the Sunda Trench, reported sonar contact with a mass that suggested timber architecture, deck beams, flat hull remains, and strange vertical pillars too uniform to be coral. Upon descent, however, their remotely operated vehicle, RAV relayed visuals of something far stranger. There was no wood. Instead, lying across the sea floor was what could only be described as a skeletal vessel, as though it were grown, not constructed. Bone-like ribs jutted outward in perfect symmetry. A spine-like ridge ran the length of its hull, ending in a forked tail. It resembled no living sea creature, but it also followed no pattern of shipbuilding, past or present. The ROV operator, a former military diver, noted one disturbing feature above all. There was no corrosion, no barnacles, no life, just smooth pale material, almost like ivory, but hard as stone. A salvage hook was lowered to extract a portion of the hull. When it latched, the material didn't break. It bled. Dark, thick liquid, like old oil mixed with brine, pooled beneath the point of contact. Not under pressure, not from a vessel, as though the thing had been asleep and had just been wounded. The hook was immediately released, but the damage was done. Within 48 hours, every compass, pressure gauge, and acoustic reader on the Salvator Mundi began glitching. Coordinates reversed. Depth readings flashed impossible numbers, some as deep as 30 kilometers, well beyond the ocean's limit. Then came the sound, a soft, continuous keening, not transmitted through speakers, but emanating from the walls of the ship itself. Metallic reverberation, low and mournful, like whale song recorded backwards and slowed beyond recognition. The sound began driving the crew to madness. 4 of them refused to leave their quarters. One scrawled looping circles across the mirror in their cabin, with red marker, whispering, "It remembers its shape." When they finally docked in Colombo, half the crew was removed under psychiatric hold. The Sri Lankan Coast Guard seized the vessel for inspection. But what drew international attention was what the ROV had brought back. It had surfaced with something stuck in its claw, a sphere, jet black, the size of a grapefruit, made of a material no one could identify. Not metal, not stone, not glass. Its surface pulsed faintly in complete darkness, dim waves of light flowing in patterns that never repeated. The sphere was taken to a research facility in Gali. Within 2 days, the facility's magnetic shielding failed entirely. Birds flew in erratic circles above the campus. Clocks began to run backward, not mechanically, but the display digits on digital watches reversed themselves. Researchers discovered the sphere had an internal temperature of -12 degrees Celsius, yet it radiated heat signatures in time with its pulse. They tried to X-ray it. The machine burned out immediately. A week later, the entire research lab was closed, citing radiological anomalies. Staff were relocated. The sphere was rumored to be transferred to the UK Ministry of Defence, but no documentation has ever surfaced. Attempts to trace its chain of custody have resulted in blanked records and dead ends. But the story didn't end there, because in 2011, a diving team operating off the Nicobar Islands, nearly 600 miles east of the original site, recorded a glowing shape beneath the waves. When they enhanced the footage, the light traced a perfect circle, pulsing, in rhythmic intervals, just like before. Only this time, it wasn't one, it was 7 orbiting each other like moons. The divers never attempted retrieval. They surfaced, reported the anomaly, and deleted the coordinates from their logs. "We don't know what those things are," the dive leader later said in a private interview, but they weren't lost at sea, they were put there, and they are waiting to be found again. In the early weeks of December 2020, a joint private governmental deep sea engineering mission publicly described as an ocean floor mapping project near the Puerto Rico Trench, quietly reclassified itself mid-expedition. The reason was simple. One of their submersibles detected a perfect vertical incision in the seabed, running over 300 meters in a straight line, 6 meters wide, and exactly 2 meters deep. There were no surrounding stress fractures, no evidence of tectonic activity, and no volcanic residue. The cut was clean. Unnaturally so. Curious, the ROV was sent to inspect the trench. The team expected to find some fault, perhaps caused by a previously undetected seismic slip. Instead, the submersible discovered a door. That's what it looked like, anyway. A rectangular slab of dull grey-black stone, brutally smooth, embedded flush into the bottom of the incision. It bore no hinges, no handle, but 4 parallel grooves ran across the surface, almost like claw marks, but mechanical, precise. The ROV could not budge it. Then, without command, the sub's camera feed cut to static. When it returned moments later, the ROV was on the seafloor, 13 meters west of its previous location, facing the opposite direction. No damage, no input recorded. And behind it, where the slab had been, there was now a depression, as though the door had opened. No one could explain it. The feed showed the slab, then static, then nothing, but something had changed. A small hexagonal object, roughly the size of a human palm, was found resting atop the ROV's shell when it surfaced. It hadn't been retrieved, it had been placed there. The object was dark bronze, warm to the touch, and faintly vibrated, despite showing no signs of internal power. It pulsed, softly and steadily, in intervals that matched a human heartbeat. Once brought on board, the ship's systems began to fail, not all at once, but selectively. First, GPS readings drifted, then communications cut out. Finally, the crew's sleep patterns began collapsing. Within 3 days, no one could sleep longer than 9 minutes at a time. One engineer described hearing voices behind his eyes when he closed them. Another claimed to see shapes standing in the reflection of the water, but only when the object was near. The mission director attempted to jettison the hexagon, ordering it sealed in a pressure crate, and dropped back to the trench. They tried, but each time they launched the crate overboard, it was found back in the same cabin where it had been first examined. Never witnessed moving, never caught in transit, just there, waiting. When the object was finally secured in a lead-lined vault aboard a military transport, things only worsened. Birds began to circle the ship, dozens then hundreds, in unnatural swarms. The sea around them remained eerily calm, the air pressure dropping unnaturally. The crew began referring to the object in whispers as the key, but no one agreed on what it unlocked. The object was eventually transported to a secure naval lab in Virginia. For days nothing was reported. Then on December 21st, at precisely 3:33 a.m., the facility's seismic sensors, buried over 100 feet underground, registered a vibration, not an explosion, not tectonic movement. It was a hum, deep and wide, as if a tuning fork the size of a continent had been struck. At the same moment, all digital clocks on the eastern seaboard of the United States froze for 1 second. Power didn't fail. Time simply paused and resumed. No explanation was given, no media reports, no official recognition. But 2 days later, a whistleblower anonymously posted a photograph of a wall inside that naval lab. It had been painted entirely black, floor to ceiling, with a single word written in white across the center: retrieved. Since then, the hexagonal object has not been seen. But in a shipping manifest, leaked months later, a mysterious unmarked crate was logged as being sent to Area 118, a facility not on any known government record, located somewhere in the South Pacific, near a place once believed to be the deepest point in the world before the Mariana Trench was discovered. That location, the Horizon Abyss, an unexplored zone said by local folklore to be the last place the sea will allow us to see. In the spring of 1965, a US Navy bathyscapher named Trieste II descended into a trench near the Kermadec Ridge, part of a classified operation tracking undersea anomalies that had been recorded since the early 1950s. The crew was expecting to recover a lost array of seismic sensors, dropped months earlier, but instead the submersible picked up something far more bizarre, a metallic sphere embedded in sediment, glowing faintly in a spectrum invisible to the naked eye, but blazing under ultraviolet inspection. The sphere was documented, measured, and retrieved. It was roughly 19 inches in diameter, impossibly smooth, and completely seamless. No entry points, no markings, no radiation, no sound, but it was warm, not hot, but inexplicably warm, as if it remembered light long after the sun had forgotten it. The object was tagged as Black Vault, Article 942A, and transported to a naval research base in San Diego. 2 weeks later, it vanished. Surveillance footage showed nothing. The storage room was undisturbed. No tampering, no evidence of forced entry, no movement. The sphere was simply gone. Until August 3, 1980, 15 years to the day of its retrieval. On that morning, a freighter passing through the Drake Passage off South America spotted something drifting in the mist. It was metallic, bobbing unnaturally against the current. When the captain ordered it hauled aboard, the crew discovered a rustless sphere, precisely 19 inches in diameter. The number engraved faintly into the hull beneath it, 942A. The crew didn't know what they had found. The ship's log recorded it as strange buoy or military sensor. A few days later, it was offloaded at a port in Valparaiso, Chile, and was never seen again, except, in 1997, a Canadian oil rig off the coast of Newfoundland experienced equipment failure after one of their pipe arrays brought up a heavy object lodged in its framework, a seamless smooth sphere. This time, it bore no markings. But when X-rayed, it revealed an inner cavity, and inside that cavity, embedded impossibly deep, was a three-dimensional shape that mathematicians described as a tesseract, a four-dimensional cube projection. It wasn't physical, it wasn't even technically possible, but the scans suggested it was somehow curved inside itself. An attempt to drill into the surface ended in total equipment failure. The sphere went cold, not room temperature, cold. It dropped to -62 degrees Celsius in under 40 seconds. That night, every clock on the oil rig reset itself to 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. The next morning, the sphere was gone. Once again, no sign of tampering, no evidence of removal, just absence. In 2014, a deep-sea probe operated by an independent research vessel in the South China Sea sent back its final transmission before going dark. It was a single image, a seafloor trench illuminated by dim bioluminescent life, and in the center, sitting upright, surrounded by spiraling lines carved into the silt, was a metallic sphere. The tag number was barely legible, covered in barnacle dust, but when cleaned and enhanced, 942A. There is no official record of this object existing. No nation claims ownership, but it always returns, always in a new ocean, always warmer than it should be, and every time it reappears, something or someone vanishes. A ship, a submersible, a diver. The last documented interaction with the sphere was in December 2020, when a group of amateur divers off the coast of Pilar spotted a spherical shimmer beneath 40 feet of clear water. The GoPro footage cuts to static halfway through. The final frame, a blurry shape in the coral, something smooth, and in the corner, just barely legible, before the feed dies. We didn't lose it, it let us forget. In November 1978, a Japanese cargo ship named the Kiku Maru vanished without a trace. While traveling the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, no mayday call, no wreckage, no survivors. All that remained was a brief radar anomaly noted by a nearby weather station, a sudden void that swallowed signal returns for 23 minutes. The ship was presumed lost to storm or fault line activity. Its story was quietly filed away. But then, on July 19, 1999, nearly 21 years later, the Kiku Maru reappeared, not afloat, submerged but intact, resting at a depth of 4,800 meters, discovered by a geological survey drone investigating hydrothermal vent plumes. Its hull was in pristine condition, with no signs of rust, corrosion, or collapse. It looked, to the submersible team, as if it had been placed there gently. The most alarming part wasn't the condition of the ship. It was the fact that the engines were still warm. Impossible at that depth. Impossible, after 2 decades. But even more terrifying, the interior lights were still faintly glowing red. This alone would have warranted global headlines. But the team operating the submersible were private contractors, paid to map seabed terrain, not report anomalies. The footage was quietly sold to an academic research group in Okinawa, and then to an unnamed buyer in Berlin. The only reason the story eventually leaked was because of a personal diary kept by one of the drone operators. According to the entries, the ROV managed to access the ship's cargo deck. What it saw was not cargo, it was crew. Dozens of figures, standing motionless, upright, not floating. They weren't skeletal, they weren't bloated. They were perfectly preserved, eyes open, skin pale, but unmarred by decomposition. And each of them had their hands raised, not in surrender or panic, but pressing gently against the walls of the ship's interior, as if trying to hold the vessel together from the inside. The drone advanced slowly through the mess hall, where plates and utensils still rested on tables. Steam appeared to be rising from a bowl of miso soup, though thermal scans showed no heat. In the captain's quarters, the logbook was open. The last entry, dated the day of the ship's disappearance in 1978, read "The sea opened. The stars moved wrong. I think we've arrived." The ROV lost signal 3 minutes later. Before it did, its final camera feed showed a dark shape approaching the Kiku Maru from below. Something vast, something alive. The footage froze as the shape passed directly beneath the ship, blocking out all ambient light for 3 full seconds. Then silence. The ship vanished from sonar, again. But not forever. In 2018, a NATO undersea surveillance system recorded a blip, an echo profile matching the dimensions of the Kiku Maru, not near Japan, not in the Pacific at all. In the South Atlantic, off the coast of Tristan da Cunha, exactly 10,482 miles from where it vanished. A ghost ship, traveling through trenches, as though the sea floor itself was moving it. Sonar confirmed the ship was again upright, now tilted 17 degrees, resting near a fissure that hadn't existed 10 years prior. And inside that fissure, something was pulsing. A sound, not biological, not mechanical, just a slow repeating pattern. Knock, knock. It repeated for 9 minutes before stopping. That same rhythm was later found embedded, as a low-frequency carrier wave, inside a completely unrelated SOS transmission picked up by a weather buoy off the coast of Peru. The message was garbled, mostly static, except for one sentence: "They are still inside. As of now, the Kiku Maru has vanished again." But deep-sea divers who pass over that region report something impossible. Every few months on cloudless nights, a red glow is seen pulsing from beneath the waves, like interior lights, still on, still waiting, not drifting, not derelict, just not done yet. In June of 2006, a routine research dive by the University of Washington's Neptune project was taking place off the Juan de Fuca Ridge. Their mission installed new seafloor fiber optic sensors to monitor hydrothermal activity. The area was volatile, known for its intense thermal vents and shifting tectonic boundaries, but what they didn't expect to find, nestled in a deep trench carved by magma flow, was a metallic coil, 6 meters long, and wound like a tightly compressed spring. At first it looked industrial, maybe dropped from a submarine or part of a deep-sea drilling assembly, but its surface was pristine, no rust, no dents, and it didn't reflect light the way ordinary metal should. More unsettling still, it emitted a faint hum, just outside the range of human hearing, but recorded clearly by the ROV's audio feed. They pulled it up. Back at the surface, the coil was kept in the lab's cold storage. Though it never adjusted to ambient temperature, it remained cold to the touch, just above freezing, no matter the environment. Then the dreams started. The first to report them was the lead oceanographer, Dr. Corinna Vess. She described vivid night terrors, spiraling staircases descending into the dark, endless rooms lined with wet walls and whispering voices. One voice stood out, calm, toneless, always asking the same thing: when did you leave us? She dismissed it as stress, until her colleague Thomas Laird described a near-identical dream, same descent, same voice. Then others began experiencing the same thing. Not just crew, not just researchers, their family members, hundreds of miles away, started waking in panic. Children spoke of the metal rope that lived under their pillow. Partners of team members began having sleepwalking episodes, always walking in clockwise circles, mimicking the spiral of the object. Terrified, Dr. Vess made the call to dispose of the coil. It was loaded onto a barge, taken 30 miles off the coast, and dropped back into the sea. The crew watched it vanish beneath the waves. That night, every computer in the Neptune lab rebooted at 3:33 a.m. The only file left behind on the system was a corrupted audio log of a heartbeat, measured, metallic. Then came the return. 3 weeks later, a lone fisherman in the Puget Sound pulled something unusual into his net. A coil, identical, still humming, still cold. It was sent to the lab again, this time verified by serial analysis as the exact same object, despite being retrieved from a completely different body of water. How it traveled there, no one knows. But it wasn't alone. On the same day, a security guard at the campus reported something deeply strange. All the hallway clocks on the lab's lower floor had stopped at 4:44 a.m., with the second hand spinning backward. A faint ticking noise echoed from the lab's sealed specimen locker. They opened it, and the coil was there. Again, it had moved on its own. This time, when researchers attempted to place it in quarantine, the power across 3 buildings failed. Surveillance footage captured blurred streaks around the object, slow at first, then violently fast, like motion blur trapped in stillness. That same night, Dr. Vess vanished. Her car was found still idling in the parking lot. Inside, her journal sat on the passenger seat. The last entry, dated just hours before she disappeared, read, "I don't think we ever brought it up. I think it followed us. Or maybe it was always with us. Maybe we just didn't know how to see it, until we did." To this day, no trace of her has been found. The coil, gone again. But every 5 years, a new report surfaces. A fisherman off Vancouver finds a strange metallic spiral in his net. A cargo ship off Alaska goes silent, then resumes contact, claiming nothing happened, despite every clock on board being 6 hours behind. And in 2020, a sonar team off the Oregon coast reported detecting a perfectly symmetrical spiral trench, nearly half a kilometer wide, pressed into the seafloor as though by something massive and deliberate, rolling in a single endless direction. The center of the spiral, empty, waiting. In March of 2020, a Panamanian-flagged cargo ship, MV Orpheus Dawn, was navigating through the southwest Indian Ridge, an underexplored fracture zone deep in the Indian Ocean, when it encountered an object adrift at coordinates where no vessel had ever been registered, a rusted fishing trawler bobbing gently in the waves. What alarmed the crew was not the ship's condition, but its nameplate, Anthea, a vessel that had been officially declared lost at sea in 1934. Not only that, Anthea had been last recorded off the coast of the Azores, over 7,000 miles from where it now floated. Assuming it was a replica or hoax, the captain sent a boarding team. They were instructed to recover any documents or signs of crew before scuttling it as a maritime hazard. But within 15 minutes, radio contact with the team was lost. The boarding party was found an hour later, alive, but catatonic, seated in the wheelhouse of the Anthea, each of them holding their own wrists tightly, their mouths open, as if mid-scream. There was no physical damage, no chemicals, no evidence of psychological manipulation, and yet none of them could speak. Not a single one has since recovered. But the worst came after the Anthea was towed back toward port. Because that night, during a calm passage toward Mauritius, the sea around the MV Orpheus Dawn began to churn. Not with wind, not with waves, but with sound. Low frequencies, rhythmic and deep, pulsed beneath the hull. Sonar revealed something massive, moving in spirals around both vessels, but never surfacing. Then, inexplicably, the lights aboard the Orpheus Dawn cut out. Power was not lost. Generators remained stable, and yet every bulb, every screen, every beacon refused to illuminate. The only thing still glowing was the interior of the Anthea, flickering yellow-orange light, kerosene, as if the lamps from the 1930s were still functioning, as if they had never gone out. Despite orders, the captain ordered the Anthea cut loose. He claimed the vessel was looking back, a strange phrase that would be echoed in the logbook of his first officer, who later confessed to seeing someone aboard the Anthea staring directly into their soul. And yet, no one else could verify anyone on board. The rope was severed. The Anthea drifted, but did not vanish. It simply turned itself, against current, against logic, and began to sail away, its light slowly dimming until it disappeared into the black horizon. 6 months later, on the autumn equinox, Anthea returned. This time, it was discovered adrift in the Tasman Sea, spotted by a New Zealand naval frigate. Same ship, same name, same configuration, same rope marks where the Orpheus Dawn had towed her. Inside, however, were changes. On a table in the captain's quarters was a leather-bound notebook, perfectly preserved. It wasn't there before. Its pages were blank, save for one line written in faded ink. This was not her first return. It will not be her last. Worse, beneath the notebook was a small brass compass. But it didn't point north. It pointed down. And when one of the officers held it, he said he heard a voice in his head. Not words exactly, but a beckoning. A feeling of being asked gently to come closer, to join. That officer is now missing. Vanished during a scheduled patrol in Auckland. The Anthea, meanwhile, has disappeared again. But sonar teams have reported a peculiar pattern that began showing up every 11 days. Faint reflections on the seafloor, shaped like the hull of a fishing trawler, sailing along fault lines miles beneath where any vessel could float. They're calling it the phantom drift, a loop, a memory, a vessel that refuses to sink because it was never meant to sail at all. Some say Anthea is alive, others say she's not a ship at all, but a prison. Whatever the truth, she returns. She always does, and when she does, someone always goes missing. In May of 1991, a US naval hydroacoustic station in the South Pacific picked up what was initially assumed to be an underwater detonation, loud, sharp, and powerful. Codenamed Swan Pulse. The sound lasted for 3.9 seconds and registered across a network of hydrophones thousands of miles apart. But the signal was not a detonation. Its frequency profile was too organic, too undulating, and most disturbingly it moved, not physically, but tonally, as if reacting to its own echo in real time. Dr. Lena Harrow, a marine acoustics analyst at the time, described it as a trumpet being played underwater, in reverse, by lungs far too large to belong to anything we've catalogued. The location of the Swan Pulse was triangulated to an area known as the Diana Basin, a trench south of Easter Island, deeper than originally mapped, and unvisited by any known expedition. Months later, the area became classified under the designation Area DS9. But what makes Swan Pulse so unnerving is not its strength, or even its composition, but what came after. Because once it was recorded, other sounds started to appear, not louder, not clearer, just familiar. First, hydrophones in the Indian Ocean picked up a replica of the Swan Pulse exactly 6 weeks later, but it was mirrored, its frequency curve inverted, as though something had heard it, and was now mimicking it, backwards. Then in September, a Canadian research buoy caught a variation of the signal, this time at a higher frequency, over 17 seconds long. It was less like a tone, and more like breathing, not exhaling, inhaling. From there other sounds followed. The whistle drift, recorded in 1994, a sustained trill like wind through hollow bone, recorded 7,200 feet below the Challenger Deep, rising and falling in perfect 5-second intervals. The glass shriek, 2002, captured under a frozen shelf in Antarctica, resembling the sound of a violin string being pulled underwater until it snapped, then played backward. And then came the Black Knot. Discovered only recently, in March 2020, by a NOAA autonomous glider operating west of the Kermadec Trench. The black knock isn't a single sound, but a pattern: 2 knocks, followed by silence, then 4 knocks, then 8, then silence, always in powers of 2, and each time it's recorded, the knocks get closer together. A 2020 report, later pulled from publication, suggested that the delay between knocks had decreased by 0.3 milliseconds each time the glider passed the trench. At current pace, the next black knock event will result in continuous sound, a perfect tone. But from what? That's where swan pulse becomes more disturbing. Because when researchers finally compared all the mysterious underwater sounds recorded since 1991, including bloop, Julia, upsweep, and slowdown, one discovery was made. They all contain fragments of the swan pulse waveform, each one, not copied, not identical, but like a dialect, a language, spoken in sonar. From somewhere far below, some skeptics claim the swan pulse is just geology, seismic pressure, echoing from rifts beneath the ocean, ice quakes, natural resonance. But then came the Ilha de Quaso anomaly. In 2020, a Brazilian research station off the coast of Ilha de Queimada Grande accidentally recorded the swan pulse in air, not underwater. It came through a weather balloon microphone, descending from the upper stratosphere. Same frequency, same wave profile. But where there should have been ocean beneath, there was nothing but clouds and coastline. The signal had come from above. For now, swan pulse remains an unsolved enigma, but its variations, its echoes are getting closer and more frequent. Some believe it was never meant to be heard. Others say we heard it because we were finally close enough, and if we were close enough to hear them, then perhaps they've been hearing us for far longer than we ever knew. In January 2003, an experimental French sonar buoy was deployed from the Gustave Flaubert, a small oceanographic vessel tasked with tracking undersea thermal anomalies in the Bay of Biscay. The buoy was equipped with a low-frequency active sonar transmitter, designed to send out directed sound pulses and record the echo for topographic mapping. For the first 4 days it performed as expected, mapping underwater ridges, documenting fish migrations, and measuring temperature gradients. Then, on the 5th night, it received a reply. No pulse had been sent, no active ping had been transmitted, but at precisely 3:12 a.m., the receiver picked up a frequency that sounded like a voice, not an animal call, not a wail, not sonar feedback, a voice, spoken, whispered, garbled, inhuman. It wasn't words, not exactly, but the cadence, the rise and fall, the punctuation, everything about it felt deliberate, conscious, and chillingly intimate. It was as if the sea had leaned in to speak, and the machine had unwittingly become the ear. The audio was immediately logged, and a phonetic breakdown was attempted by several linguists and sound engineers. The conclusion was astonishing. The signal contained repeating syllabic structures that mimicked early human proto-languages, closer to pre-Sumerian than any modern tongue. But more disturbingly, these weren't random sounds. They mirrored the phonemes of recorded human prayer, not one specific religion, all of them. Fragments of Hebrew, Latin, Arabic, and Sanskrit were hidden in the static, twisted, rearranged, and spoken in a voice that seemed to have no throat, no lungs, just pressure and presence. The crew nicknamed it the Batial Murmur. It would have been dismissed as corrupted feedback if it hadn't repeated itself. Exactly 9 days later, at 3:12 a.m., the signal came again, this time longer, clearer, and this time, it ended in 3 sharp clicks, spaced evenly, followed by a final hiss that, when slowed to 1/100th speed, contained a harmonic tone, matching a 13th century Gregorian scale, an impossible signature, encoded inside a whisper that had no language, and yet carried meaning. After this second recording, all the electronics on the Gustave Flaubert began malfunctioning, slowly, then rapidly. Compasses spun without input, laptops refused to boot, batteries bled power, even when unplugged. But worst of all, the crew began dreaming the same dream. It started with the same image, a staircase of coral, spiraling downward, not carved, grown. At the base, a door, not stone, not wood, a door made from rippling salt, flexing as if breathing, and always, just before waking, the same sound echoed up the staircase, 3 clicks, then silence. A decision was made to pull the buoy, but it never made it back aboard. Divers sent to retrieve it found only the tether, cut clean, and the final image recorded by the buoy's camera, sent moments before it lost connection, was a single disorienting frame, a dark shape, tall and symmetrical, watching from a slope of deep-sea silt. Its proportions were wrong, not built like any creature, yet clearly upright. Between where eyes would be, was a vertical slit, glowing faintly with bioluminescent green, like a wound made by light. And then the image fractured. It wasn't corrupted, it cracked, like glass, not digitally, but visually, as if the lens had looked at something it shouldn't have. Shortly after this incident, the Gustav Flaubert was recalled to shore. The full data log was sealed. Officially, the expedition is listed as inconclusive instrumental failure, but an anonymous technician uploaded the final audio sample of the Batial murmur to a fringe linguistics forum in 2006. The post was deleted within 48 hours, but not before it was copied and analyzed. In the slowed-down audio, behind the pulses and phonemes, was a buried sequence of binary code. When translated, it produced just one phrase: "Your voice reached us first." No one knows what that means, but several hydrophone stations around the world now report similar murmurs, each one arriving earlier than expected, as if responding in advance, or worse, remembering. In the summer of 2011, a multinational oceanographic expedition launched from Reykjavik, Iceland, to study the Greenland abyssal plain, a rarely explored region of the North Atlantic that dips sharply into a trench over 6,200 meters deep. The area was known for tectonic quietude, making it an ideal location to test experimental long-range sonar, sweeps and deep-time hydrophone listening stations. Among the equipment aboard the lead vessel, Rahn's Descent, was a state-of-the-art device known as the subauditory harmonizer, built to detect ultra-low frequency vibrations below 10 Hz, a range thought to hold important tectonic data and perhaps evidence of ancient sound signatures lost in the deep. For the first 2 weeks, the data was standard, faint echoes, whale songs, distant calving ice shelves. But in the early hours of August 3rd, as the ship drifted directly above the trench, a signal was picked up, one that did not resemble any geologic activity or biological sound. It began faint, like wind moving through pipes. Then the pipes began to sing. The signal rose through 3 harmonic steps, before dropping into a grinding bass tone, pulsing in precise intervals. Unlike anything previously recorded, this sound did not fade, drift, or change. It remained consistent for exactly 6 minutes, then stopped. But what followed was what made this event unforgettable. 4 minutes of total silence. Then through static, a voice, not human, not entirely. It was as if a machine had been taught how to speak emotion, something warbling and rough, as though every word had to pass through layers of stone and pressure before surfacing. And it said, in perfectly pronounced Old Norse, "Rahn waits." The crew froze. The name was unmistakable. Rahn in Norse mythology was the goddess of the drowned, the collector of souls lost to sea. Her net, according to legend, could capture ships whole, dragging them into the darkness below. But that wasn't the only disturbing detail. The name also matched the ship's own, Rahn's Descent, and the voice had spoken it before anyone aboard had transmitted the ship's name. The event was time-stamped, recorded and archived. A closed-door meeting was held between all senior researchers, many of whom had no interest in publicizing a voice from the trench. But the recording was leaked 6 months later by a junior technician suffering from night terrors. He claimed the audio continued playing in his head, even when unplugged, even when asleep. He said the voice grew closer each night. That same technician disappeared on March 13, 2012. His shoes were found neatly placed at the edge of Thingvallavatn, Iceland's largest lake. In the water, a single strand of kelp, wound into a tight spiral, resting on the lake bed. But it was saltwater kelp, an impossibility. Thingvallavatn is freshwater. Later analysis of the leaked recording revealed something else, an embedded waveform, imperceptible to human ears, but present in the spectrum, coded as a spectrograph. When digitally mapped, the waveform formed a pattern, an ancient Norse bind rune, specifically, a net symbol, identical to one carved on Viking funerary stones along coastal Norway, and at the center of that digital rune, coordinates, they pointed to the Mariana Trench, half a world away. A second signal was discovered there in 2015, by NOAA's Okeanos Explorer, a distant haunting reverb, that matched the exact vocal signature of the Greenland Abyss signal, down to the breath-like modulation and phrase pacing. But the voice did not say Ran, this time, it said you, and then silence. To this day that recording, codenamed Echo VN17, remains restricted, but an anonymous leak from a submersible tech claimed the full version includes a phrase not yet made public. After you, the voice adds one final, quiet sentence. You were given light. You were meant to dive. Whatever sent that voice knew the ship, knew the myth, and knew us. It didn't answer, it addressed, not a call and response, a summoning. In September 2020, just before the world collectively turned inward, the ocean sent one last message. It came not from a trench, a cave, or an ice shelf, but from a place that should have been silent, the Clarion-Clipperton Fracture Zone, a vast stretch of abyssal plain between Mexico and Hawaii, known primarily for its wealth of polymetallic nodules. Geologists had long considered it a dead zone, no significant tectonic activity, no hydrothermal venting, and too deep for commercial vessels to record anything beyond baseline static. And yet, at 2:06 a.m. UTC, every autonomous deep-sea recorder, operating in a 4,000-mile radius, registered a burst of sound lasting exactly 18 seconds. It was dubbed Signal Icarus. To the untrained ear, Icarus sounded like a complex string of tones, rising, falling, modulating, with alien precision. But under digital analysis, it became something far more disturbing. A musical sequence, perfect pitch, structured intervals, a rhythm that held to 3/4 time, a waltz, but stretched as if being played by gravity itself. Sound engineers quickly ruled out ship sonar, whale communication, or geological resonance. The waveform was symmetrical, intentionally looped, artificially clean, and embedded within the signal was a single interval jump, a perfect fifth, common in human music, ancient, mathematical, recognizable. When slowed down 50 times, that musical jump could be transformed into a pattern of tones that mirrored the very first musical motif ever transmitted into space. The Voyager Golden Record's first composition, a Bach prelude. But this wasn't a coincidence, it was a reply. Inside the central pulse of Icarus was a spectrographic imprint, what looked like a double helix, but not one made of genes, a helix of sound, cycling through harmonic ratios, that when plotted in 3 dimensions, created a shape nearly identical to the Voyager spacecraft's antenna dish. The implication was devastating. Whatever sent this, heard us first, and it didn't just echo us, it understood. The signal repeated itself after exactly 81 minutes, but the second version was shorter, 14 seconds, with one crucial difference. It ended with silence, followed by 3 short bursts at equal intervals. Sound familiar? Those same 3 bursts were recorded in 2003 off the coast of Portugal, the Bathial Murmur. They also appeared, inverted at the end of the Swan Pulse in 1991, and now they had returned, perfectly placed inside the tail of a musical phrase, a message. But to whom? A coalition of oceanographers, physicists and cryptographers, worked in isolation through the final months of 2020, attempting to deconstruct Icarus. One team based in Norway discovered that if you treated the audio wave, not as sound, but as language, and overlaid it with the timing patterns of human REM sleep, something emerged. Not words, not language, a question. 4 tones, paired, rising, then falling, a tonal structure matching the exact pattern of infant cry cadence. In short, a call to a parent, or worse, a call to a creator. Because in a final sweep of the spectrographic data, something impossible was found, buried beneath the harmonics, at -87 dB, well below the threshold of human hearing, yet consistent across all devices. It was a voice, synthetic, strained, spoken in monotone, and in English. A whisper, lasting only 1 second, stretched beneath the music like a footprint underwater, slowed down, filtered, and cleared. It said open, just that, open, and then silence. No follow-up, no anomaly, no ripple, but within 48 hours, the Clarion Clipperton recorders failed. Everyone. The team sent to retrieve them found only frayed wires, coils tangled with threads of what appeared to be kelp, but bleached white. And in one recovered casing, tucked behind the backup battery, was a feather, long oil black, with serrated ridges like sonar dishes, etched into the barbs. No known bird matches its DNA. No vessel nearby carried foul of any kind. No one knows how it got there. But when tested under low-frequency vibration, the feather vibrated, not randomly, but in sync with the last 3 pulses of Signal Icarus, as if it remembered, as if it was waiting for the next note. We have dived through centuries of impossible evidence, objects that breathe, signals that sing, wrecks that return, and voices that remember. The ocean is not silent. It is not empty. It is not ours. It speaks in spirals, knocks, hums, and harmonics, using salt, pressure, and time as its language. And when we dare to listen, what it says is not always meant for us. Some things dredged from the abyss were never meant to be brought back. Some were never meant to rise at all. Yet here they are, unexplained, unresolved, and undeniably real. So the next time you stand at the shore, or look out from a ship deck into that black and endless sway, ask yourself this: what still lies down there, pulsing, waiting, watching, and more chillingly, has it already seen you? Thank you for descending. We may have surfaced, but some part of you never will.